me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on pussy. Must shit, juice, shit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on pussy. Must shit, juice, shit, set a feeling so alive.
Good morning. Welcome in, Butterfly. Good to see you this morning. How's your morning going? I hope it's better than it has been the previous day or so. I can't complain over here in my little world. Uh-oh, made my chat disappear. There we go. I'm back. So it was a nice break yesterday from the court. Honestly, I didn't mind. I can't say I hated it. It gave me a little chance to get caught up on some of my notes and a couple other things I wanted to get together for us. So hopefully we'll get a full day in today because it's Friday and the weekend and all that, and they had yesterday off. And hopefully they won't have too damn many sidebars today. Maybe Bev can contain herself today. Good morning, Dolphin. Welcome in. Dolphin, if you're interested, hon, you know where the link's at if you decide you want to get talkative and come up and join me at some point today. I know you got your hands full planning your amazing trip. Okay. Get my other screen pulled up here and get ready and get all set up and pull the court feed up and monitor it for a moment. There's some couple of interesting things I've got lined up for us to take a look at during our lunch break, which I'm already thinking about what I want for lunch. I've been thinking about that since last night for some reason. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I was like, what am I going to have for lunch tomorrow? I got to start making a trial lunch, right? You just need your Coke and Dolphin, I have a new headset on the way. So yesterday I got fed up because I'm such a cheap ass. I'm having coffee still. I had a Coke when I first woke up. So yesterday during our live, I noticed a couple of times. I'm good, Butterfly. I noticed a couple of times yesterday during our stream, my headset crackled twice. I was like, oh, no, cheapo. We're not having none of that. So, yeah, got my lazy butt over to the phone and I just hit order on the Amazon. You know how we do. So, I'm excited. It should be here by Sunday. Maybe I'll sound a little better. I noticed on a couple of my replays, I'd never listened to them, but the ones I have, my S's come out. I don't like that. It got on my nerves. So I was like, ew. So I'm excited about my headset coming. Hopefully, we'll give it a test run by Sunday, and you guys can let me know if you hear me good enough, if I sound better, or give me some feedback. All right. Oh, they got the only fan going in the courtroom, guys. And it is 7:46, so they should get started relatively on time, usually about 8 a.m. Have you guys been watching that Canton Confidential? That what is it? Whatever the Fox affiliate there is, or NBC. That's rude. I don't even know who they are. Let me see. NBC Boston. They've been doing a series, Canton Confidential, and I usually catch it some nights, not every single night. I'm not going to lie. Most time it's the next day, but they had a pretty decent little recap last night that I found interesting. Honey, we all trying to fit in that suitcase, girl. She ain't letting us. She's like, nope. Good morning, Sejoy. Welcome back in. Cool. We'll be here when you can come back. We appreciate you being here. Yeah, Dolphin's going to have an amazing birthday trip and a nice story to tell and pictures to show and all the things. She can come up here and share photos with us of her trip. I'm going to share this screen, guys, so we can all be on the same page here as to when they go live. Uh-oh. Share the screen. Make it bigger so we can see the fan. It's going to make me dizzy now. Yeah, I'm getting used to streaming these trials, guys. And so, y'all know me and my big mouth. I've been staying on mute during these trials. Sometimes I can't help it. But what I don't like is interrupting testimony. So if I do say things, it's going to, and they go to talk, I'm going to shut my mouth. Get right back. Like, shh. Dolphin will get my ass if I don't. Good morning, Miss Dolphin. If you're trying to talk to me, hun, we're having that same issue we had yesterday. So I'll give you a moment to get straightened out.
I
Oh,
muted
there you
the
go.
mic in the stream too. I forgot
Okay,
about it.
cool.
Hmm.
Cool. So how
How
are
are you
you?
guys?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How about you this morning?
Girl, I've been up all night again. I'm just
Ah,
like, a fiend trying to like do
hmm.
research and
Get prepared for that nice trip.
I had to call my friend and I just, I was texting her yesterday and I was like, look, as soon as you get home from work, because she's on the West Coast, she's in San Diego. I'm
Oh,
like,
okay.
call me because we need to do this. So yeah, we were
Yeah,
booking and looking at hotels in Discord, together. I was like, look,
yeah.
let me just share my screen. I'm going to show you places. And I just start,
I would be
putting
so
up
down. Be
places
like,
and,
just pick us
yep.
a place, Dolphin. I'm just whatever you say goes. You do everything, and I'll just tag along. How about that?
That's kind of what she is doing.
Right,
Like
right.
I'm doing all the other research, but that's fine. I'm no complaints.
No, because you want to go have a good time, right? You
Mhm.
want to know what all's out there and what's available.
Yep,
I
and I
don't
love
blame
doing this
you.
kind of stuff.
Oh, I imagine. I bet you're excited. It's been a minute since you've been able to take a
I
trip,
know, I
right?
know.
For those of you
Mhm.
who don't know, Dolphin, I don't want to out your
Oh
business,
no,
but
go ahead.
Dolphin
That's
just took
fine.
care of her mom for the last few years and has had her hands full with all of that. But her mother
Yeah,
passed away, and
yeah, it's
so
been
Dolphin,
6 months.
6 months now, and this will be Dolphin's first trip in a long, long, long time. So
Oh yeah.
and she's been through it the last couple years, so she definitely needs this trip. Yeah,
And it's crazy because I've like lost both parents on
yeah,
the last trip that I was on before that, and then because remember I was out of the country and my dad collapsed,
yeah.
and then I came back, but I didn't make it in time, and then now my mom is gone, and I'm like, okay, I
You
waited
don't
six
have,
months,
yeah.
and I'm
Well,
like, okay, now I can get back to you know.
yeah. Well, it's time to live again for you, and you
Mhm.
don't have that worry attached this time that something
Mhm.
may happen while you're away, right?
Yeah.
So
Except now I am worried about Pipsqueak though.
I knew that was coming. If I was close enough, I'd be like, just bring Pipsqueak to me. She'll
Yeah.
be fine. She would be just like in heaven because animals love me, and yeah, you wouldn't have to worry at all. I used to
Mhm.
actually do. My old roommate was my friend of the family for 30 years. Well, her family owned a dog kennel, and when I became roommates with her, I was already retired from working, but she needed help down there. So I was like, I'll come help you. I'll a couple days a week. Girl, it was and I've had a different jobs throughout my life and careers, and that was the best job ever. They were not humans.
Mhm.
They didn't act like humans. They were like
Oh
good little,
yeah.
most of them were good little dogs, and they had their routines, but
Mhm.
I enjoyed it. I loved going down there and taking care of them dogs all day, every day.
Yeah. I told you my new neighbors that moved in.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe about 7 or 8 months ago now.
Hmm.
They apparently, I know they have two dogs, but then apparently they've been, helping people. Like they've been boarding dogs or pet
Hmm.
sitting, people's animals. And
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I said, can you take her?
Yeah.
So it's like,
You
then
can
that
get
way she'll just
into a
be right next door.
Yeah, if you can get her into a private home like that, you feel a
Mm-hmm.
little, because we used to kennel our dog when we would go to Disney,
Mm-hmm.
but she was an aggressive toward other dogs. So
Right.
we always had to make sure they knew please don't walk her past another dog. Make
Mhm.
sure all dogs are put up before you let her in and out. And
Yeah.
some dogs you have to do that with, and some you don't. But I would worry each time that are they going to make a mistake and accidentally let her near somebody else's dog? And oh my God,
Mhm.
what's going to happen? So it is a worry when we worry about our animals as well. Hopefully, it'll all go smoothly and Pipsqueak won't freak out too bad.
Oh gosh, she freaks out when I just, step out for like lunch or dinner or
That's
whatnot.
what I
So
was saying. You might
she
want to
is
consider.
probably going to, but
Yeah.
yeah, I'm going to see if they'll like do video calls or something like that with me every
Yeah.
day. So at
Well, a
least,
lot of
she can
times,
hear my voice.
people who kenneled their dogs on a regular basis, some of
Mhm.
them knew their dogs would have severe separation anxiety. Like
Mhm.
some of these dogs wouldn't come out of the kennels, they would not eat the entire time. It was normal for some of them dogs. Some of them didn't care. They're like, I'm here to play, where's the food, whatever. But they would prescribe the vets would prescribe medication for the
Mhm.
dogs for the
I didn't
kennel
even think
trip.
about her maybe
Yeah.
not eating, but she does
Oh
have a
yeah.
lot of weight to lose. So,
And it's not gonna hurt them. A dog
mhm.
normally, a dog won't starve itself, right? They're going to eat. But it is not abnormal for a dog not to eat for several days.
Mhm.
We would warn people that if your dog is that type of dog, there may be a problem with your dog eating, especially the first couple days. But
Mhm.
if they're there for a week or so, they kind of settle in, but
Yeah, she's
it's
definitely a
not.
stage 5 clinger, so,
Yeah,
it's going to be
yeah,
problematic, but
yeah. But she'll
I'll
have,
take her with me to Crime Con,
yeah.
in September. Yeah. I'll take her with me because I'm going to probably do like a long road trip and also try and make it out to Idaho while the trial's
Oh,
going on.
oh hell, we
I'm
got some
not going to
good
try to
going
go
now,
to,
baby.
see if I can sit in the court or anything. But actually, what are they doing about that?
I don't honestly don't know yet how they're doing that.
Because I
I
know I
guess as
saw
it gets
some
closer.
YouTubers in these hearings, but
Well, yeah, there were a couple. Now, the way they've done it with other courtrooms
mm-hmm,
over the past year is so many for families, so many for this, so many for media, so many for that. Now, I
mm-hmm,
don't know. I'd have to go back and review how they handled Lori and Chad's cases in Idaho at Ada County
mm-hmm,
to see what they did there to kind of get maybe a general idea. So, but I don't know yet. We haven't heard any specifics yet. But that'll be coming down soon enough. It should, as close, especially closer to trial, right?
mm-hmm.
To let everybody know how they're going to do the courtroom decorum. They assign usually so many media seats, so many spectator seats, and things of that nature. So we'll have to wait and see. And I was listening last night to a piece on this Karen Read about this small courtroom. So apparently
Uh-huh.
there is another courtroom on the same floor that is much
Oh,
larger.
yeah, it's overflow. Mm-hmm.
But the attorney, the defense attorney, I'm sorry, pointed out to the judge that the way the jury box was positioned, they couldn't see all the witnesses, which would impact a fair trial. And the judge agreed and said, "You're right. Let's go across to the next courtroom, a much smaller courtroom."
Oh,
I
okay.
was like, "Okay, that explains why they're in this little tiny courtroom for this alleged high-profile case."
Mm-hmm.
um,
I think
but
after the first trial, everyone's kind of over it, but yeah.
I think a lot of them are, most people are, the huge outlets are, their chats are full. So this case is still garnering the same attention, but what they
Mm-hmm.
did differently is the impact around the courthouse. Like last year or the first trial, how they were protesting all over the place.
Yo, yeah, yeah.
Right. They're not allowed to do that. They put that safe barrier out there now. So all that hoopla part is gone. And I'm glad because that turned me off. I'll just be honest. That would
Yeah,
turn
I
off
know
big
what you mean.
time, and I was like, it's kind of messy. But some I don't, people are going to people and they're going to do them, but I don't mind that part being gone out of it. But people are tuning in and they got huge numbers on some of these bigger channels, but I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I've actually not doing too bad on our numbers as our overall watches. I had a lot more for Lori's trial, but um Karen's, I just know that they're all like in defense diaries and things like that, and I'm okay with whatever.
Oh, I didn't know that they were.
I think Defense
Whose
Diaries is
Defense
every
Diaries is who?
day. Bob Mata.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, yeah, it sounds familiar. Oh, okay. Hmm.
Yeah. Um, Sorry, I was making sure I didn't miss anything in the
Oh,
chat.
that's okay. I was just going to say thanks, Butterfly. I hope it works out too, because
Yeah. Oh yeah.
if not, then I've got some place that I saw, and I'm going to have to pay an arm and a leg to get kind of, I don't know, a similar setup, because they have private rooms for the animals,
We had
and they'll have a TV and a webcam, so you can check on them whenever you want to too.
we called the condo room. They all
Mm-hmm.
had their
Yeah.
kennels, but we had this one room you could rent, and it had a bed, a TV. It was like a little living room.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It had every
Yeah.
like a creature comfort, and we had some people who always reserved that spot.
How much does that one cost down there?
Oh gosh, it's been several years since I worked for her, but we charged. Oh gosh, you're going to ask me to pull up memory recall. How much did she charge for that
Because
room?
this place, they've got two versions.
20.
One was 106, and I think the other one was 120 a
Wow,
day.
that's way higher than what we
Yeah,
charged.
that's what I
It,
said. Wow.
she decided to close the doors. Her sister passed away eventually, and she
Mm.
decided to close the kennel down. People
Mm-hmm.
are begging her not to close that kennel down. It had
Wow.
been there a long time. People were very used to bringing their dogs to us. They loved it, because we took
Mm-hmm.
really good care of those dogs. We had perfect play yard set up. We had it all, but um, gosh, hers was not $100 a night for that comfort room.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
I was like,
But then again,
wow,
this was like
that's.
8 years ago, right? So I don't
Mm-hmm.
know, maybe an increase now.
Yeah, because I'm going to be gone for like, what, 12 days? So
Yeah,
I
it
was
can get
like,
real
damn,
pricey.
and I'll be a fortune at this place?
Mhm. Even back when I used to kennel my dog to take the kids down to Orlando, it would cost us a small fortune to kennel her each time, but we didn't
Mm-hmm.
have a choice, you know what I mean? And,
Oh, yeah.
but you gotta do what you gotta do. A
Yeah.
lot of places would allow you to get a hotel, or I think they even have kennels at Universal that you could leave the dog in during the day. But I
Mm-hmm.
was like, you know what? I'm not trying to fool with all that. I got 3 kids to lug around and keep up with.
Right.
Trying to do all that with this dog on vacation, man.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm. Y'all lucky I keep up with these youngins. Jesus.
Yeah.
I gotta always look back and make sure I got all 3 of them. Come on, gang.
I remember, what was it? One time we had another dog, and we all went on vacation. I think my parents left the dog with me to watch, right? And they went to New York. It was around New Year's. Yeah, it was. It was like, I think they went for Christmas or something. And then I was going out of the country for New Year's, and I was just like, "You guys better hurry up and come back." And they were like, "Oh, it'll be fine. Just, if you leave before we get back, just put her in a kennel for a few days, and we'll pick her up." I said,
Mhm.
"Okay." So at that time of the year, everything's booked, and I couldn't find. I'm like calling, 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 and I couldn't find one. So I just went with whatever it was I finally got. Oh my gosh. When when I got back from my vacation, my dad was like, "Oh wow, the dog would not come near us. She got attacked or whatever." He said,
Oh,
gang, you know what?"
oh, shit. Coffin. What you
And when
do?
I came home, she wouldn't look at me. I walked in the room and she would turn her head. She's beautiful, a big old white fluffy Samoyed. They look
Yeah,
like
we used to have 2 of those we
oh
kenneled. Oh
yeah,
my
okay, you know what they
gosh.
are
I
then.
know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
My
Uh,
dog was not having none a part of you.
she yeah, she didn't come around me for a good week. I said, "Oh wow, I'm sorry."
Yeah,
Mhm.
so that's good advice, Butterfly. Actually, her
Oh yeah.
blanket, they always brought their dogs blankets. We provided blankets,
Mhm.
but a lot of people would bring their favorite toy, their favorite
Mhm.
blanket, would have their scent on it as well.
Oh
And
yeah.
that always comforted the dogs. We had this one little guy that would come in, poor little thing. He was deaf and blind, and
Mhm.
he just didn't know what was happening half the time. He'd run into his little kennel door, like, dude, come on. But
Oh.
he would snuggle up to his little blanket and just be like in his total happy place. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah.
Well, we have another guest joining us this morning. Good morning, Firefly.
Oh hey.
Hey, good morning.
How
I had
are
some
you?
issues. I had some issues with my laptop starting. It like this black when I turned it on for like
Oh no.
yeah.
Sound like you're in a tunnel a little bit.
Oh really? Oh yeah. Let me look at
Hopefully
my
that's better.
issue.
Okay. Yeah.
There.
Long go ahead and speak a little bit.
Is that better? A little
Yes.
better? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah, we're good
Yeah.
now.
Okay. All right. We ready for this, Jennifer
We think
McKay?
so. We think so. And I had gotten my notes out last night. Um, took a nap after dinner again, and then I got up, and then I started to make. I had it on my mind about the flag. You had sent me that picture, right, with the
Yeah.
flagpole. So I'm thinking about that as I wake up, and I'm like, why does my mind always on evidence when I'm going to sleep or waking up?
Because that's
Like,
like all you think about, Dave.
right? Like I'm like,
I
I
just
want
thought
that
those photos
evidence.
would give you perspective because we were all asking like, how
Well,
close
you
was he? And
inspired me a little bit. So what I did was I went and got another picture. So I put it
Mhm.
together a little tiny video this
Oh,
morning, and
okay.
all I did was put it together for us to play it. We can stop it, but it's just all it is photos of John's clothing from
Mm.
the scene, uh, some a couple of photos of the house itself, the flagpole area, the foliage around it, and then the tail light. There was an interesting thing I watched last night. We're gonna look at during lunch. I think it was like from a year ago on News Nation, and this investigator was talking about his own investigation, right? Just armchair investigation wise. Anyway, he showed that clip where Karen's leaving John's house at 5:03 a.m. and it clearly shows that her tail light at that point was still
Mhm.
intact,
Yeah.
right? So I included
Mhm.
that pictures of that for us to look at later at
And
lunch.
it also shows her hitting his car, so
Please.
that's
Yeah,
why
For
it
the
was
record,
yeah.
cracked.
before the court is
And I
Como
say,
versus Karen
so
Read,
I got all that
22 CR
together in a little video that
1117.
we can
The
just stop and
parties are
take a
present,
look
the
at.
jury is not present, the matter is on for trial.
So I was
And I got
told
that
that
News
you
Nation
wanted to
piece
see me,
as
Miss
well.
Gianetti.
Oh Lord,
Okay, come on up to sidebar, folks.
Wow.
they already got to
Sidebar.
see. I know, already got to see each other for sidebar.
Not even 30 seconds in. Time back.
What do I need to see you about? I'd be like, what do I need to see you about first thing in the morning? Couldn't y'all
old,
have
old,
called me or text me last night?
old Paul's been naughty, so he's in the back row.
Yeah, that's what we're hearing, right? And I also heard, now this is of course blurbs on social media, that it was the jurors who didn't like some of his
Oh, really? I wouldn't doubt it because he's there
like
scowling. It's like, who's
mocking.
that guy?
Apparently he was like mocking, I don't know, witnesses, or I don't know really what he was doing. I just kind of didn't pay any attention. I saw what was being said. I was like, I don't know. But he got moved to the back from what we're hearing.
I don't
Um,
know who I was watching yesterday, but Paul was sitting next to his wife, and I don't know who the other lady was, but Jennifer McCabe. When they brought
Mhm.
up how she lied to FBI, they were all looking at the ceiling like, "Oh my god."
Uh, isn't it weird now? If you're a juror, are you wondering what other
Yes.
agency and why would another agency go
Yeah.
question this lady, particularly about her statements to law enforcement?
Mm.
That's a red flag, right?
Mhm.
And they weren't allowed to say the feds, they weren't allowed to say anything except the other agency, not the Mass State Police, not
Yeah,
the
who else
Kansas.
would it be?
You're like, you're as a juror, you're going, why are we even? What it was kind of. Now I heard a guy say that they've laid it out totally different than they did in the old trial, as far as the timeline and where they presented their witnesses. I didn't agree with him because in my mind as a juror, I'm like, why are they telling me? It's like they were telling me certain things that I don't understand why we were talking about that yet, right? It's like you because they went into John's data location and all this, and then into Jen and all. It's like it was just weird. It's funky. I'm not explaining it right, and I know that, but this one guy I watched did, and I was like, it makes sense what he said. Um, I'm hearing things in the beginning that I don't understand, like this. What do you mean this ARCA, this other stuff, and this? What other investigation? It was just odd. As a juror, I'm
Dolphin,
wondering why. What's up with this other
Dolphin,
agency?
this is John's mother. Is that who you mean? Is that
Oh, yeah.
the lady
Yeah.
with the glasses there?
Yeah, because True Crime Butterfly. She's a. That's Joe's girl.
Oh, she probably meant that
Oh,
snooty looking
this
chick.
lady over
Oh,
here
the
to
one
the left.
before. Mm-hmm.
Right, no,
The
right
one,
here.
see
Right
over
here.
here is
Long,
Karen's
my
parents.
pointers. Oh, y'all can't see my pointer, huh?
No.
No, no.
Oh, I'm like pointing at her, going right here, Dolphin. She's got long blonde hair. She's sitting over
In the
here to the
back.
left box. Over the left box, she's sitting right next to Karen Reed's parents. Is
Oh,
over
in
here,
the what is that? A
the black,
cream sweater? Oh, in the
next to
black.
her.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's the woman we
Oh,
think
he
maybe
has a
related
type,
to
doesn't
Karen
he?
Reed. Yeah, I think he's got. I think he's got a type of
It's
hair.
so
He's
obvious,
got a
isn't it?
hair type.
Because even from the side, she sort of looks like Lori.
She does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
Mm.
like. Yeah, he's got that. He likes those ladies with that hair. I guess that's not my hair. My hair's
Oh boy.
dark.
The high maintenance women.
Oh, I
Mm.
don't do. I am not that woman. I promise you that. That's. I am not a high maintenance woman. Ooh, gosh. I remember the day I decided I'm not even trying this shit no more.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Dolphin's like, yeah, it was freeing, right, girls?
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Freeing. Take
I
me
get my
as I
nails
am,
done.
baby, or you don't take me at all.
I
What
get my
about?
nails done. That's about it. I don't really.
I don't even do that. Like,
No.
I'm so late. I don't even do that. I'll do them sitting here at the desk sometimes, but not all the time. I'll just file them, make them look neat, because I use my nails like the bionic woman.
Yeah.
You know, she used to open cans with her nails, and I was like, when I was a little kid, I was like, I want to do that one day. I want to open the freaking canned vegetables with my fingernail.
Mm.
Yeah. Then I grew up to realize I use those nails for a lot of things I probably shouldn't use them for. I couldn't be one of them women welding fake nails. I'd tear them things slap up. I don't care how much you tell me they're going to last. I'm going to tear them up. Um,
I don't get fake nails. I just get like the acrylic on top, like
yeah, my
the
daughter likes that, does that, and
it
she'll do
makes
that.
them really strong because my nails are
That's
they
what I've
grow
heard.
fast, but they're not strong. So
Mine aren't either because of my autoimmune, and I get these really crazy ridges, and it's just a mess. So I
yeah,
just got to where I don't even put a lot of nail polish on them. My fingernails will actually, if it's not good polish, it'll eat the polish off. It's
yeah.
crazy. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, I'm not super high maintenance at all.
I do need a pedicure. That would be nice to go get my toenails painted. Yep.
I should, but there's not one close by my house, so I won't.
Oh, are you serious? Oh,
Well, I'm
jeez.
15 miles away,
Oh, that's not
maybe
bad.
20.
Yeah, I
Well,
go like once a month for
I don't have a car
pedicure,
anymore,
manicure.
guys. My kid totaled it. Now they're trying to
Yeah.
get money out of me for the concrete barrier that allegedly,
Oh dear.
has a big scuff on it. I was like, send me a picture of that big scuff because I'm gonna have a talk with the state of Florida.
Tell them it'll buff out. I
What did y'all fix if the scuff is still there? My car got
know.
tore up. What about safe barriers? Can I sue y'all over a safe barrier?
All right.
Oh,
Bring the
you
jury
guys want
in.
to hear something weird? So I
And
can't
actually, I'll
stand
see you about
spiders,
scheduling
right?
while we're here. I
Right.
Yep.
forgot to.
And what about 4 this morning? My
Mm.
back ring doorbell, said that there was a vehicle, like a car in the driveway or
Uh-huh.
whatever, and I was like, wait, what? Right? So I look at the thing really quick. It was a spider crawling down and over the doorbell. I was just like,
And it
and
thought it
it
was a
thought it was
car.
a car. Yeah. I
What's
was
that
like,
spider driving?
I, I don't know, because it seemed like there were some lights reflecting off of him too. It was
Oh,
crazy.
Y'all
it's
should
just
see
moisture.
Butterfly's nails. This Butterfly.
Oh,
I gotta call you, girlfriend, because if you do that to your own nails, I gotta, girl.
she
I gotta
does it
pull that.
herself.
Yeah, I'm gonna share that picture with you later. Don't worry.
I don't
Plus,
have the
Thank you.
patience. I don't have the
Butterfly, I'm
patience
gonna
for that.
send you a picture of your hands to these girls and show them your pretty nails.
But did you see
Mm.
this?
My God, how do you do that?
And then I'll take it back whenever.
Shit, I'm gonna try now. Let's-
Yeah, if I could just get my toenails painted, I'll be a happy camper.
all right, I'm sending it to you,
Does
girls.
she
Y'all
have
go
on
take a look at it.
tights?
Tights, probably.
Why is she
Got her,
so buttoned up? I mean,
got her
it's
yoga pants
hot
on.
now
Tori.
Is
this
it in
time of year.
Boston?
In May, I mean, it should be warm,
They was
It's
well. They
not
keep
turtleneck weather.
well, and they keep saying something about this courtroom being stuffy and how they have to open the windows sometimes, and the judge will say turn off the air conditioner sometimes. So I don't know if it's like cold in there.
Oh, maybe she's cold natured.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? She's petite and she has MS. So with
Oh, okay.
autoimmune, you're going to be, you are so prone to staying cold. I used to freeze constantly.
Yeah, because I could have
Thyroid
sworn she has
issue.
a cream turtleneck on, and then
Yeah.
those look like tights. Because I looked at her when she got ready to sit down.
That cold will affect her MS drastically as well.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Sinead.
Oh, good morning. Welcome in.
Oh, good. She sent me her passport number. Oh, shoot. I gotta take a call real quick.
Okay. Firefly, did you see Butterfly's fingernails?
Oh my God, they're gorgeous.
Isn't
She
that
does that
pretty?
herself, or is that like a?
Yeah,
They have these little things you can put on your nails that look fancy like that. I wonder, but they look like they're really done.
they look like they're professionally done.
Yeah,
But
they do.
said.
Yeah.
She says she does them herself.
Oh my God.
I know, right? Can we come down here and get you to do ours?
Beautiful.
I'd say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This code is
Meet
now
us in
open.
Discord later.
For the record before the court is Commonwealth versus
A virtual
KarenRead,
nail
22
tutorial.
CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Keefe. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to
She
follow
always
my
so
instructions
smiley.
and
She
refrain from
hi, y'all.
discussing this case with anyone?
Bev, chew her gummy before she comes. Look at her. She did.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able
No
to
wonder
follow
she
the
takes them
instructions and
breaks.
refrain
She
from
got
doing any
munchies.
independent research or investigation into this?
I don't blame you, lady. I'd
Everyone
pop
said
me a
yes
gummy
and nodded
before I walked in there,
affirmatively.
too.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:40. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
Okay, let's get it on. Don't whisper. That's rude here. What are we at, day 8?
How come we can't hear her? Oh, she's not talking.
They haven't, yeah. Yeah, we're on day 8.
Solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the
Y'all
truth,
mic up.
and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Saw it, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. you stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing." And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, "Where are you?" And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think, in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Refresh your recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Blink twice, she might
Thank
get
you.
portaled out of there, right? She's a blinker. Y'all, we have a blinker on the witness stand. Gaslighting is so exhausting. It is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, pin that time down for my
What you said in June
chart
of
here.
2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45.
I see what I read, sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, "I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period." Correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I, so there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So, can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time?
Ask the question again. Mr.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with KarenRead, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Read that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Read? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
But Firefly, she always looks annoyed, don't she? She got a crab somewhere.
Yeah,
Weird.
she's got resting bitch face. Let's be honest.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. We need to get that, like a little banner, resting bitch face.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yeah, she's like a whole new person, right, Sinead? With a softer look with her hair and all. I'm really a nice lady.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't. No one answered. Yes.
Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
Oh, good Lord. Why is he objecting to her or whatever they're doing, sidebarring about that stuff?
Who
I have to be
knows?
honest. So far, neither side has proved to me anything's happened here yet but a big old mess. A botched police investigation,
To me, like,
overcharges. I mean,
yeah, like if you're the jury, the way they're presenting it, to me, it's so confusing. Like, I'd be like, what is going on? Like, they don't really.
yeah, why do you there it's like I said, that one expert I watched said they're kind of going like they're presenting the state is presenting their witnesses in a different format, like in order. So it's not jiving, it's not you first you want to come out of the gate with all this data and he's here, he's there, they're here, they're there. All these types, all these times these calls and texts were made. Okay, then we got this other agency asking questions of this lady who's a witness about her testimony. What's that about? And now y'all are something about a dog and what?
I'm
You know,
wondering,
it's
why
like,
are these
what?
people lying? Why are these people so
Well, they haven't. Here's the
hostile?
thing, though. Let me say this. With that said, because I haven't seen all the testimony. Like I've
Okay,
never.
I'm back.
Hey, so I didn't watch the first trial. So far, the defense hasn't proved to me they did anything wrong yet, except talk to a bunch, all talking to each other, which I get. I get the premises behind that, but they haven't proved that some conspiracy went down yet either. Not until they start telling me about this man's wounds and get honed in on these steps a little better. Do you know what I mean? I'm waiting on that to come out more if we're going to see more, because I haven't seen that they're planning some secret cover up so quickly, and I haven't seen that Karen Read mowed this man down in cold blood either.
That's what I
So,
mean. They're doing all this nonsense instead of like getting to the real issues. Let's get to the science.
yeah, behind the man's wounds and this taillight discrepancy bullshit. Because apparently her taillight wasn't cracked until much later. There's the problem. If it was really cracked or busted out in the Sally port and they needed those pieces to then go back and throw on the ground, that's a fucking problem. That's going to show me the reason behind a conspiracy cover up. Better than getting up here and telling me some feds asked some questions and the cell phone guy's got all the answers. I'm still like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Welcome in, flip flops.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 453 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Read on Kaylee's phone, I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day you spoke to Karen Read, correct?
On which day? What are we
The
talking?
day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Read?
I spoke with Karen Read that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Read did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I
you-
don't remember this. I'm sorry, I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me, and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
Go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory?
But if it looks like a kill,
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers.
That you
So to
have.
pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah. Refresh your recollection to look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Brennan what page you're on.
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would it refresh your, I just have to do this for the record, would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
oh, thank you, Heifer. Yeah, exactly, Butterfly. Why are you so combative? They're probably thinking.
Oh yeah,
Why-
she looks real bad.
Why
She
multiple
totally
grand juries?
discredited herself. Like
I've been through multiple grand juries. Whoa, lady, most of us don't get through one. What do you mean multiples? Fuck, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, she's
I mean,
problematic.
also, you've been interrogated multiple times. Well, do you say different things different times? Like you should be saying the same truth every time.
Yeah, that's the
know what I
beautiful
mean?
thing about the truth, right?
right.
It's the
Exactly.
same.
It's like your
Stays the
testimony should
same. You
not
don't have to
change.
remember what you said to somebody,
You're
Yeah.
getting that little fact,
Thank you.
huh?
Something's
It's only when you lie that you have issues remembering what you said.
what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning.
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beattie.
Oh, and Tom Beattie, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beattie. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
The hell?
Finish? That answer?
Then you should have said yes.
Yes,
I
I
told
am.
him and I told Karen Read. Then you know what I mean? Then why didn't you just answer straightforward? I don't get it.
She's got that selective memory.
Questions about who you contacted.
Mic up, dude.
At the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beattie. Correct.
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beattie. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records
I've been
actually
deleted.
show that at 5:07 you called to 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beattie. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's
Yes.
nothing about me calling my sister that
Nice.
is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Aw.
Because it sounds nefarious.
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
Later that morning of January 29th, but by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared. At about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Read, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Read just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come to my
Do you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Again, I don't need to see it.
To see a report where it indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
I object.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that.
You also told
I'd like to be seen on.
Okay, can we come to second, please?
Good night. I swear.
She's got to be so frustrating to deal with.
I mean, can't he ask the judge to, direct the witness to just answer the questions?
Damn
I
questions.
mean,
Stop this
and
shit.
stop with the attitude.
I
For
mean,
some
yeah.
reason,
She
so I've-
protects him.
wasn't there some allegations about her having the judge having very loose connections somehow to the Alberts?
Yes.
Or something. She's refused to recuse herself
Yes.
twice. I don't know how she may have known them from the past or whatever in their little town there. So I don't know. With her being a judge and him being a
Probably
cop,
drinking buddies.
it's not a right. It's not a stretch. He's probably been in her
About like a-
courtroom before. Cops
a-
be testifying.
Like a weekend property or something that she owns or rented from somebody, or I don't know. I could be
They
wrong.
would stay at the same place.
You
if
have
they
got
did.
to be
May I?
kidding.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th, which is freshest in your mind?
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
That's not
But
what.
in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect.
Gotcha.
Sustained.
She's lying. Testimony just changed.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle. at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper
Damn,
Proctor,
Bev.
when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like, and you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked, and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it, and it was cracked, and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description, to take a look at his notes?
Object to the phrase.
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Yeah, show
Those
her
are
the
his
report.
notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection
Oh,
to
yes.
look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Hmm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat, you and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked for identification.
All right,
Asked to approach.
sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you.
It's okay. Thank you.
I don't like the way she looks over at that prosecution,
Thank you.
pretending to be nice.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister Nicole. Oh no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister Nicole.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
It's a big case for identification.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took
I-
the document away from you. I apologize.
It's okay, I didn't know.
Can I approach?
Sure. Do you have an extra copy so she has one in you?
I'll just leave that one. I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 12922.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or does that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
Review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you sidebar for a minute about this?
He should have asked her, and do you recall that you have a sister named Nicole?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
I'll
If
have
I
to
could
call
see
my
the
mother and
report
ask.
for that, yeah, I'll have to call and confer with my mom and dad, you know.
Is she really my sister? I don't know.
Yeah, did you create her? Are you sure?
She's unreal, isn't she? Like, it's
She
just.
is. I'm like, the judge should just be like, knock it off, you know?
I know it's so annoying. Like, come on. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's got to
Yeah.
be annoying for the jury too. Like, they got to be like, just come on, lady.
Well, isn't it funny how sometimes she's like, yes, show me the report. And then sometimes she's like, nope, that report won't help me at all.
But sometimes
Like-
he's not even asking what's in the report. He
No.
wants to know, what did you say on this day, or did you?
Or, well, what
I
time or this or what. Well, if I did it, it's on the records. Yeah, a lot of things are on those records, lady, including this discrepancy about that location of that body out by that flagpole. And how
And
many?
And the description of the tail light, was it cracked or was it missing pieces? I
Right?
remember her saying
That's
cracked
huge.
yesterday or
Mhm.
the other day. She said it was cracked. She didn't say anything about
Yeah,
it being
exactly.
missing pieces.
There's a big difference between a crack and missing pieces.
Missing pieces is broken. That's
Well,
not
when I
cracked.
show you that piece that I got from News Nation from a year ago with that expert on there talking, you're going to see that tail light at that time. And at 5:03 a.m., that tail light's intact.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, holy shit. I
Hey,
mean,
did you
kinda
ever watch
seems
that
like-
video with
Go ahead.
the arm, with the ballistic arm?
No, girl,
gel arm?
the one you sent me, it literally just shows him unpacking
Yeah.
the arm.
Well, Dolphin and I went through and we found a video with where
That
he
he-
actually did the experiment where he
I went through and looked too, and I couldn't find it. So link it in the Discord.
I'm not sure which one it is. I'll have to do it later, but yeah.
Yeah, I went through his playlist of stuff and I was like, I don't see, because he was like, it's going to be out tonight or something. And I was like,
Yeah.
okay. And then I never found it. So I was like, I'm not going to watch a video of him just unpacking
But
his
it demolished
arm.
the arm. It broke
Oh
the
yeah, let's
bone in
see.
like 3 different places,
Right.
and there wasn't really any scratches on the
You know,
blistered toe, you know what I
that's
mean?
a key thing, Firefly, you just said. So they're saying he had a fractured skull, but his arm wasn't broken anywhere.
No, but it had all those scratches.
But it
It
just
wa
had scratches,
How?
scratches and lacerations. What I'm getting, but no broke bones.
Right.
So if it was impact hard enough to knock him down and cause a head injury,
Mhm.
it,
Should have broke his arm.
maybe, I don't know. I'm not a car wreck accident specialist,
'Cause
but
at least if he
good
didn't break his
chance
arm, he would have bruises on his
fracture,
side or
a
something.
fracture on that arm, that bone, right? You know, that long bone. What do you call that damn bone between your elbow and your
Humerus.
wrist? There you go. That
Oh, well,
bone,
radius or ulna.
whatever it is. That y'all know one, the one between your wrist and your elbow, where
There's
all
2
the
bones.
scratches were.
Yeah.
Yeah, that area. Um, and not even a fracture, right? Like the skull.
Oh,
So that's a little odd. A dog may not break a bone. You
right.
know,
Yeah.
a punch to a man's head can fracture a skull. A knock down the stairs or a throw to the ground could fracture a skull. Um,
He either nailed his head on something, like, he
Look,
fell and
Daniel
hit a
over at
rock.
Drunk Turkey just got attacked by his own dog recently,
Oh.
and we know it didn't break a bone, but it tore that man's arm apart.
Yeah.
But he was also dealing with a huge American pit bull who got a little aggressive that night. And I'm not throwing shade at Danielle because I raised pit bulls. I know what can happen. We had one male, and I told my husband, I said, you just insisting on getting this male dog. I do not want him. I only want females. But he wanted him. I said the first time he shows an aggressive behavior, he's out of here. I have babies. He bit my husband, and it
Oh.
wasn't pretty. It Yeah, it laid his leg open. We had no luckily the kids weren't home. They didn't see it. They didn't know
Oof.
nothing about it. They were at grandma's when it happened at 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, it was a big mess. Daniel's arm and my husband's leg were pretty close to each other's description of the wounds or whatever. But um, a dog could have really tore that man's arm completely open if it wanted to. But those are some pretty deep, whether that was bites or scratches, there's your difference, right? A bite by a dog that's tearing at the flesh versus a scratch is going to be a whole different type of wound. And that's just from me thinking about how my husband's leg looked and the way Daniel has described his arm, right? Like literally torn open. I don't see that on John's arm, but it also looks like it could be dog claws. And what I mean by that is if when they were arguing, say, so I think there's a good chance he was punched and killed, right?
Mhm.
That head impact. If any point they were having a fight and Chloe jumps in and scratches during the process, but someone's able to grab her and hold her back before she like bites and attacks. But she's gets some good scratches in. Or maybe he's already on the ground at that point and she's able to run up and claw at his arm. Because
Yeah.
my dog would used to go and when my youngest would play fight with his cousins, when they were over, she would run into the room and try to bite him by the back of his pants to pull him away from the situation because she didn't like the play fighting. She didn't know what to do. Am I supposed to protect him, help him? Do I attack the other people? What do I do here? And she didn't like it because they were all kids, right? So I had to make them learn, y'all got to take that stuff to the yard. You can't do it in the house with the dog. You have to be outside. And they learned pretty quickly because I didn't want her, you could tell she wasn't trying to be harmful to anybody. She just wanted him away from the danger that she perceived, right? So dog wants to, they'll bite you. If they don't want to, they can stop themselves from doing that as well. But it looks like that dog clawed his arm more than it does like a pit bull is going to shake, right? When they bite and latch on. I don't know about a German Shepherd's behavior. I don't own one. But a pit bull, and I can tell you this for a fact, will latch on and they're going to immediately start to shake. That is why you have so much ripping and tearing of the flesh wide open. It's hard to get a pit bull to let go once those jaws lock. It's the hardest thing in the world. It's so fucking difficult to wear you out. But I don't know. I'm super interested in these ARCA guys though, Firefly. I can't wait to see them come on and
Oh yeah.
actually testify in front of the jury, right? That's
I watched this one guy. It's called the DUI guy. Oh, I'll tell you later if they're coming back.
Miss Shorty turned me on to him a little bit. I've seen
yeah.
a little bit, but not a lot.
He's
All right,
got
so
a video
the
on
objection is
Trooper Paul.
noted and
Okay.
overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him, I probably should have, but before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those.
Wow.
If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case.
Who would
Now,
alter
when
them,
you
Judge?
read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages. All right.
I've
So
never
now
heard
that-
of such.
That's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on, or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at that's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last four digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:50. I'm sorry,
No, her sister's
7:56.
responding to her.
Mm-hmm.
or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Oh.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please.
Looking pretty dodgy.
What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister? And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you.
Screenshot
Bring
these
Melissa up
texts.
in just a moment.
See you, lady. It's a bizarre conversation.
One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document.
Sister sure was excited in her text messages. 2
8
exclamation
pages
marks.
total. There's a base page on the bottom, 021.
And they couldn't be bothered to come out of the house, but she
Yeah.
wants to know.
And another thing, Dolphin, where was Chloe and all that commotion was going on
Thank you.
outside?
Please take a look at that document. Flip
Not
through it,
raising hell?
and let me know when you're finished.
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
Oh, goodness, lady. You are wasting everybody's time, honey. That cop can afford a nice ring. What's going on there?
Yeah, why did the judge say, hey, you got 2 minutes to look through this stuff? Done. Testify. Enough of the games, lady. Come on.
And why did the judge need to reiterate to the jurors, if you think the people who actually sent these messages
Right.
sent these messages?
She does that right when they're
So a
talking about
fake
her.
person sent them? Or did someone alter them, make them up, fudge the data like your cell phone guy, his deletion program? What are we doing here,
Yeah.
Judge? If we believe Jen really sent the messages, who else am I supposed to believe sent them?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think Butterfly's right. It's giving her time to think of her answer.
Stand
Like,
up.
oh, what am I going to say?
He's in a
You don't have
terror.
a separate copy for Mr. Cade?
I do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked.
She didn't realize she was going to go on the bus one day.
I recognize what was depicted in these documents.
Back to the mic, sir.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You could just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
If you
February
look at the top
1st,
one,
yeah.
The top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
How does this be marked?
Right, say, for identification or in evidence?
In evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Bryan?
Please.
Yes, that can come. 48.
Good night.
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply
Good
as
Lord,
opposed to
Bev.
the statement.
I'll get your popcorn ready.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry. CF McCarthy's, yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell him the guy never went into the house.
Oh.
What does "tell them the guy never went into the house" mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is "tell them that the guy never came in the house," correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is "ask Chris to ask some questions," correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word
I
you want to
would.
use. You
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what
100%
happened. So Matt was like,
directing.
ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please.
I want to make a video with just these texts.
Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's O-N-G, but it
Yeah.
meant to be O-M-G,
House.
correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please.
Yes, next text, please.
Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole,
Yes.
and she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me to Nicole to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole to Brian to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole to Brian to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole to Brian to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Oh, shit.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say, what did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
Yeah, earlier in the day he had called me and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handage with the phone.
Yes.
Then later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house, Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
Oh, sorry, not Michael.
sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote, you listening to the group, correct?
Yes,
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please.
Carrie, you've been used, honey.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book,
done.
correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I
in this
wrote,
text?
she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I use the word everything, I meant it in the, not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please.
Firefly.
Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says.
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Kerry Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Kerry kept as he said, she could write a book, so he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please.
Carrie, they calling you out, girlfriend. That's not the first time they
That may
said
be the end of
you're a
it.
talker.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. KarenRead's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
Not the colluding.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
We may. Goodness, guys. Holy hell.
Right,
Text
Joe?
message thread.
Hello, police officer was found dead on his lawn like 3 days before, and this guy's like, "Oh, we're gonna miss the."
And you know why,
basketball
though?
game."
Because Carrie's
Oh.
a talker and won't shut that mouth. She could write a book. I bet she could. That ain't the first time they sat on that witness stand and she's called Carrie a talker. So they're throwing Carrie under the bus left and right. They're using Carrie every step of the damn way. Carrie needed
Oh,
some
yeah.
friends because her and Jen weren't friends before. They knew of each other. One took the boy, one
I'm
took the
telling
little
you.
girl, one had the little boy at her house. Y'all was just helper moms. Grateful for that. But
Harry thinks she's in charge of stuff, but
no,
no, Jennifer's
Jen-
making her think
no,
she's in
Jennifer
charge.
said Carrie's a take charge kind of gal. I'm like, no, no. You got yourself mixed up,
No.
lady. I can see. Carrie doesn't strike me. Carrie strikes me as a prepared person. She had the blankets and the towels. She's got kids. She jumped in and started trying. I don't think she did anything wrong. She was used this entire time. This woman befriended her afterwards, clearly setting Carrie up. She needed Carrie to agree about the I hit him bullshit. I can see right through it. They've used Carrie through this entire fucking process. And when's she gonna wake up and realize it?
May I, Your Honor? Thank
She
you.
wasn't part
In
of
the
that
text
group
that we
thread.
just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
Look at
You
Carrie.
were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts' statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
Telling her the proctor. Nasty text messaging man.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium.
Wonder if they's gonna bring this dude back up again. Because so far I'm like, what's the big deal about this Lank dude? She went in to use the piss. She went in to use the bathroom. Use the piss.
Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him?
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report?
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave, and we dropped her off at Mike Lank. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us, and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours? Okay.
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from...
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue?
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I don't...
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter, off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about it.
He just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 30th?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure. Show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Take your time. Mr. Gooding's just going to review that document. I have no problem with that. Thank you. Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry. I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
For identification. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Gracie.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right, so I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McKay?
Knew it was going to prompt a sidebar. So she didn't remember she went to Lank's house till after the defense provided GPS location showing she went there. And who did they provide that to? The feds? That's what I gathered from that little exchange right there, because they didn't say exactly. So I was like, well, who did y'all give that documentation to, Mr. Defense Attorney? The feds? And were they the ones that asked her, did she go to Lank's house that day? Because I'm like, what
Who is that person's house that she went to?
He was a lieutenant, Michael Lank. So allegedly, he's part of the helping them out situation, and like maybe some conversation with them while she was there. That's what I'm figuring out. But yeah, apparently she didn't recall she went there until she was provided proof on GPS location data that the defense provided, and the defense provided those to someone. That someone had to be the feds.
Why do you laugh, Dolphin? You don't believe her?
Oh, that's funny.
She's got problems with her memory.
She sure does, but she can remember, the day that this guy, passed away, or, which was further back than, everything else.
What did y'all think about that text exchange between that group? Do you think that was damaging?
Yes, for sure.
Was it? Yeah, I think that was a little sus. That just laid out your conspiracy.
Oh, the guy never went in the house. Why do you need to say that?
Yeah, that
if
right
that's
there.
the truth, then why do you have to tell everybody to say that?
That's going to be a hard.
You all
one
want to
for
be on the
juror-
same page, right? Okay.
Well, of course, and I think the jurors can see that in that conversation.
Of course, they're not dumb.
But I think that one might land a little different. Okay, these text messages are huge. Now, were these texts presented in the first trial?
Yeah.
Just like that.
Yep.
Interesting. I'd like to know more about the jury instructions as to how they ended up in a mistrial, but I'll get there eventually.
That's what I'm telling you. I was
now
after all this, I knew like she's innocent to me.
Yeah, it's something to do with the jury instructions over there. Something happened, but
I don't know if it's true, but somebody was saying that the jury foreman was a plant, and they were going to make sure that they got this trial.
Goodness. Well,
because it was a former cop.
Yeah, they're probably true.
And not only that, I don't know if every court does this, but she just said, juror number 1, you're the jury foreman, or whoever it was. Like they
I don't know.
Doesn't the jury decide that themselves?
No, I don't. Every state's different. They choose a foreman toward the end usually.
I thought that was weird.
Yeah, now they all do it differently. That's why I couldn't even begin to tell you how it's done in this state. I've never watched a trial out of this state ever that I can think of. Maybe I have, but I don't think I have.
You would think a former law enforcement officer would understand like jury instructions or something,
Yeah, who knows? That's a rumor, right?
Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4. Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th?
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that, again, what is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date, I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 5:36, and this page is 5:40.
Yes.
Okay? Take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Link's.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously?
Yes.
Much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3 or 4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs.
Okay.
And due to the weather.
Oh, give me a
Taking a
break.
look at page 9,
Yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes, I believe it's the same one
Okay. The same address on
as
Oakdale?
Mike Lank.
Okay. And what's the time? What's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take. Correct.
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do, yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mm-hmm.
I want to slap her.
we were talking about
I'd pay to see it.
what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day, yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes,
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
yes,
Gets dark really early.
yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes,
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
yes,
Heat had to be on full blast.
yes,
You're dressed in winter gear
yes,
because it's freezing out, correct?
correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory, I think I did, yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you've stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand, it wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right, and she was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house, yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th area before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stayed there for 4 to 6 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
And now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Take a look at
This is
that
wild.
top highlight.
Girl. I'm glad I didn't watch the first trial.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't want to sit through her twice.
I'm saying, just that alone would be strenuous. I'll probably be in therapy right now.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like he told her the other day, he's like, he
On
can
May
do this all day.
21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you maybe even spoke with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I, and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But
And all of
again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
your-
of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
Strike all that
And your-
mess.
all of your
Okay?
testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. Well, let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence? 5:12 in the evening.
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, but just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right,
All
Julie,
right.
we'll take our
Hey
morning
guys, I just
recess.
dropped a link into the chat to Publicly Buzzed. Tonight, Joe and I will be over there for Feral Friday.
Nice.
For Feral Friday. I've never done Feral Friday. Joe has.
Yeah.
Shorty's going to be there too, I think, and she's done it before.
I love those guys. They're good.
It's going to be a party. They're going to have Publicly Buzzed in the house. I'll be there. Joe will be there. Miss Shorty, I think, is going to be there with us as well. So, yeah.
What time is it?
I don't know. I better get me a nap. Let's see, 8 o'clock. Well,
Okay.
8 my time. So this old lady might need a nap after our stream. Get my dinner. Yeah, 8 p.m. Central. So 9 Eastern. What, 6 for you other people?
Yeah.
Those that live opposite coast of Firefly and I.
6 Pacific. Okay. Cool.
Okay, so they're on a break, not lunch, but a break. Interesting that they decided on the way to Lanks. I still don't know what happened at Lanks yet, what the significant is.
I don't remember that guy. I don't remember him at all. But
well, I think it's come up because they realized her GPS showed
that she stopped there.
They went there. But then she says, oh, yeah, well, we did. We went and left Meadows, John's house, and we took the kid over there. But wait, there's more. You also forgot you drove past your sister's house where John died.
Oh, I don't remember that.
No. So y'all leave John's house, go drive by the scene, and I get it. You're slowly driving past, wondering what the hell just happened here.
I can see doing that, yeah.
Okay, right? Nothing nefarious about that one, unless you lie or admit it, or omit it, I should say, and don't recollect it until you're shown GPS coordinates by the feds.
Was
like, oh, wait. We did stop by there to drop that kid off, and I might faintly recall going to the bathroom. Bitch, did you piss on yourself? Or did you get out and go to the bathroom?
Was this nighttime when they dropped him off? She said like
I'm not really sure on the time. I think it was nighttime, but I'm not sure the exact date and time. I really wasn't solely focused on the date and time, except for the phone calls and certain things. I wrote times that were.
I did too, like the text messages between her and her sister.
A couple of the dates here and there. I know all these dates were happening within hours of each other, right? So I'm
just wondering, like, it makes sense to go back to the scene in the daytime just to get a bearing on, like,
a better look.
Where things were, like where he was.
So we could both see the
that makes sense.
The possibility. But so did they detour? Because like he said, she lived. What did he say exactly? 6 to 7 minutes from Lank.
Mm-hmm.
Did they go out of their way to go past the crimes, past the scene first, then over to Lanks, or wouldn't it have been easier to just go on to Lanks? You know, I don't know what they were doing because these two housewives, they got some. Well, Jen had a friend she needed to make real quick. So they're alleging some kind of conversation went down at Lank's house that would help participate with this cover-up situation, right? And that so when her and Carrie drove by to get a better look at the scene, did they take some information with them? Were they concocting getting their timeline together?
You were right the first time.
Let me choose my words like the attorney has to, or just pretend Bev's in the room. She'll crack me in a minute and lay the gavel down on me and give me a fine and shit. Contempt of court. That's what that word is. I almost forgot it. Joe says she said, I know what this piece of paper says, but I honestly don't remember. Joe, it's odd how sometimes those reports help her remember, and sometimes she'll say, I don't need to see the report. We're like, oh, settle down, Beavis. Settle down. How come? And then sometimes, isn't it convenient that those cops writing those reports are inaccurate with their reports?
I can't control what they write on their reports.
Oh, so you're telling us that your brother-in-law since kindergarten, you've known that dude. Because you testified to that on the witness stand. You've known Brian Albert since kindergarten. So the man grows up, becomes your brother-in-law, and becomes a cop. But they all write shady-ass reports, right? Gotcha. Checkmate, bitch. Careful what you say, especially in my earshot. I'm going to pick up on it. And you won't even realize it's happened. Damn. I'm getting hungry, y'all.
Yeah, too. Is it lunchtime yet? Oh, we still have like another hour and a
It's
half. Or
almost. Yeah, I know. But I always get hungry around 10 a.m. You know what I mean? I don't live around some fancy breakfast place like Dolphin and can order me a nice fancy little breakfast brunch type situation. I
Hmm?
wish I'm jealous because you live near fancy little breakfast places and can order you a whole little meal and he's given
I
at a
literally was sitting
time.
here eating, yeah,
Oh,
while
listen
y'all
at
were
her.
talking.
I'm hungry. I need some food.
Something was just delivered.
Damn it. What did you? I don't even want to know.
Oops.
Did you get your fancy eggs again?
Oh no, I got some blueberry pancakes.
Oh
IHOP.
my God. Listen at her. Y'all. Hey, we got some in the freezer. My grandbaby's got some. I can go throw me a couple in the toaster and call it a day. Pretend I'm eating your fancy blueberry ones. They're actually little frozen waffles. He doesn't care for
Oh
me.
yeah, they're just IHOP. So
Yeah. We have an IHOP down in town, but it's well, 2 towns down, at least 2 towns down. We have an IHOP. I can't get anything delivered from here because I sure would if I could. I could go for a big old plate of some sort of potatoes right now situation happening.
well, anyways, remember I was bringing up the DUI guy before they put
Yes,
him
yeah,
down?
yeah, so go ahead with that.
So I know you said
oh,
shorty.
change your
Maybe
mic
that's a.
input. I don't think
Uh-oh,
you.
your mic is
Yeah, because
yeah,
Oh,
we
I don't
got
think
you
you read my message.
echoing.
But I can hardly
Okay, should
understand
be
you.
better. Is that better?
Yes.
Oh, yes, much
Thank
better.
you.
Well, I must have figured him out or found him out by Shorty too, but he's really good, and he's done some reviews of the testimonies for this trial, and he did Trooper Paul, who was the reconstructionist for the last trial, and it's like
So who's
Jackson
doing
just like pulverizes him,
so
like
is he
his credibility.
let me ask you this, Trooper Paul guy testified for the state about
Yeah,
the accident before? Okay. I'm thinking about doing our last Sunday because I have a show I'm planning, but it's a not something I can throw together and do last minute. I'm taking my time with it, so I got some things to finish ironing out before I move forward with that show. So this Sunday, last Sunday, I would kind of went through a little because I went and spent time with Shorty over there. So Sunday we did kind of like a recap show, but I'm thinking about doing that again this Sunday as well.
yeah,
Where we ended up this week, what we can expect next week, and we can go over some of that type of testimony to refresh, what we just got through viewing through the week. I want to find clips that matter. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I'll help me
I
keep.
like that he compares like this, like
Yeah, I'll
the
link.
first guy, like he'll compare the first testimony to the latest testimony and stuff like
Yeah,
that. And it's like, oh,
right. Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool.
hmm
If you find one that's really good that you
Wait, who
like,
does this?
link it to us in
he's called
Discord.
the
Yeah,
DUI guy.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
He's an attorney in Kentucky,
Huh.
and he's
yeah.
got his
Miss
own
Shorty turned
law
me on
firm.
to him. She played some of his stuff when I was over there with her last week on her show, and she told me about him. But I haven't had time really this week to review much of his stuff. But Firefly, if you want to link those in Discord, then I'll just grab them and we can get those ready for Sunday's show. Um,
Sure.
I'll come on and do a Karen Read update for the week and see where we're at and what we're doing. And because if anything comes down in Coburger's stuff, which I haven't checked this morning, have you ladies checked for any new documents?
Oh,
No,
I have not
no.
checked today. Mm-mm.
We're all like, oh hell, what?
Yeah.
Go.
Oh, I know.
I got the stream pulled up, so one of you guys check for us.
Yeah, nothing new.
Nothing new.
Hmm.
I still think there's one more. So we did have that surprise. Well, it's not really a surprise, that closed hearing that's coming up. I sent it. I dropped it in, or I dropped a piece on my community tab about it yesterday.
It's going on today.
No, it's not happening today. It's happening or shit, right before the prelim. Shit, not the prelim. The next
Hmm.
conference. Yes, they have snuck in a closed hearing, but what it is okay. So there was one scheduled for April 2nd. There was a canceled hearing that was scheduled, and it was a closed and sealed, and it was RE jury questionnaires. So this is a rescheduling, I believe, of that hearing.
Oh,
And,
okay.
and we just had some the sealed documents about the jury questionnaires in play. So I think this one is going to be May 5th, Dolphin. Um, hearing scheduled 11:30 a.m. Judge Hippler, and then the order actually came down, and you'll see it there in the docket. So May 5th at 11:30, Judge Hippler, they will have a remote hearing, or well, I don't know if it's remote, but anyway, it's going to be a closed hearing. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it's apparently about, I think it's to reschedule that one from April 2nd, because I think they both had asked for more time um, for their jury questionnaire stuff. So anyway, and until
Sounds
after
about
that,
right.
yeah, it's got them on track with everything, and that kind of stuff usually isn't. I've got no problem with that sealed hearing. Judge wouldn't do that if it wasn't necessary, and there's no way he would. So anyway, yeah. Other than that, we have May 15th still scheduled as our next pretrial conference hearing. Oh, thank you, Butterfly. She dropped the link there, guys, to the DUI guy in the chat. You can go over and check out some of his work.
Thank you.
So those text messages were damaging, in my opinion. If I'm a juror listening to that exchange of peculiar things being said to one another, they didn't sound like people who were just giving out information about what they witnessed once they found him. We found our friend in the snow. We don't know what happened. Oh my God, can you guys, the cops are on, what are the cops doing? Are they investigating? What is going on here? If your friend was just found in the snow and you're assuming it was an accident right away, wouldn't you be a little more questioning about why the cops were there? Not what is Carrie telling them? Huh. Carrie's playing along just beautifully, y'all.
Yeah, I just feel like
like
the
we thought she
conversation would
would.
go differently if it was legit. Like they just found her in the snow and they
That
weren't
was,
questioning it. I don't.
yeah, that exchange was
He
it,
100% went in that house based on those conversations.
girl, if I'm a juror and I listen to that exchange, I got questions, right? Too bad they don't get to ask the questions of the witness, this jury. They were able to do that in Arizona for Lori Vallow. A couple of states do allow that, where once the witness testifies, if the juror has questions, they can certainly present them to the judge.
Oh
It's
yeah, I don't
crazy.
remember if they did that in this one.
Wild. Not
Hmm.
here. No, I ain't seen nobody do that yet. And they were doing it. They'll do it after every witness, but they're not doing that here. So I'm assuming it's not a thing.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Oh, never mind. I was responding to a message here. From Steve at Publicly Buzzed. Okay. All right. So yeah, it's crazy that to me, if I'm on the jurors, that because it was like, please get to how these. Because if you remember back in opening statements, Alan Jackson tells them this man was never hit by a car. You're going to see he was attacked somewhere, in the home, blah, blah, blah. We're going to review his opening statements again as well. And so then as a juror, I'm like, well, tell me how that happened. Are we getting there now? Do you know what I mean? I've heard
Yeah.
about a bunch of location data, body in the ground, close to the flagpole, possibly not, accuracies and stair climbs and blah, blah, blahs.
Well, what led up to this? Yeah.
I've heard some man and woman argue through some text messages about whatever. Still, what are we doing here? Now it's like, oh, you're texting each other. What? You went where and you don't remember? Some reports help you remember and some are useless. Some are just fudged. Okay. That's not painting a very good picture. This witness to me is not helpful to the prosecution at all. It's damaging.
Yeah.
And I'm trying not to be biased about it. You know what I mean? I'm like, I call it like I see it. And she's just got, can you imagine Dylan Mortensen on the witness stand, girl?
Yeah, she's not gonna be good.
Dolphin's gonna relocate to her bed. I can't do that. I'll go to sleep. I tried that one
Yeah.
day by accident. I was like, "Oh, that's not a good idea."
Yeah, I'm gonna try and stay awake. But yeah, I just was like,
You ate
ah,
that food.
yeah,
Look, she done
I'll
got
lay
them
down.
pancakes. I hear you, Miss Blueberry Pancake. It's time. It's time to get vertical, is what my cousin calls it. If I hear that phrase come out of her mouth, it's time to get vertical. That she's gone. I'm not going to see her for 10 to 12 hours. She's a sleeper. I'm not.
I've been up all night, so
Yeah, well, you got to get your rest, man. Karen Read trial will be here on the replay if you fall
no, I'm
asleep.
gonna listen for as long as I can. But yeah, I
Yeah,
just wanted to get off of chat real quick. I'll
you're
try
cool.
and yeah
You have a good one. You rest. You
message
fall
and
asleep. You can get it. You know.
catch you guys on the replay, right?
Yeah, you'll get
Okay,
it.
I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. We are on a break, flip flops. Oh no, not a flat tire. Uh, yeah, those unforeseen bullshit, man. You can't get past it, girl. Sometimes that stuff just happens, right? I can't stand it.
Yeah.
I don't like surprises that are like that. It's like, don't. I've been there with the flat tire situation. I had to roll myself right on up into the Walmart because I went across the street first to the tire store, and that lady wanted to tell me it was going to be days. I'm like, days? Ma'am, I'm 25 miles from my house in the country with a
That
flat
sucks.
tire. Okay. By that time, I was literally 25 miles away from home in town across from the Walmart Supercenter at a tire store. And she's like, it's going to be a few days before I can get to it. I'm like, do I look like I have a few days? So I went across the street to the Walmart, and that guy's like, I'll have it done in a few minutes, ma'am. I'm like, great.
Oh
I'll go
man,
get my groceries while you do that, buddy.
I have the worst flat tire story because one time I was coming back from when I lived in Port St. Lucie, I was coming back from seeing my sister in Pinellas Park. So, and I drove through Bradenton and I was just past Mayaca City. And if you look on the map, it's in the middle of freaking nowhere, right? It's
Uh-huh.
like on 70 going across the state.
Yeah.
So, and I get a flat tire, and it's Sunday evening.
Oh,
It's
no.
Sunday, like, I don't know, like 5 o'clock. I call AAA, and it took them an
Yeah.
hour, and they call me back, and they're like, "There's nowhere. You're like, there's nowhere anyone near you. You're kind of out of luck."
Why
And
does
I'm
it
like,
take
"What?"
AAA so long, right? My kids have it. Their dad
Mm.
always had it. And, yeah.
But they couldn't help me, and I was in the middle of nowhere, and it was about to get dark, and I'm like, "I don't
Yeah.
want to be here in the dark." So I had
Hey,
my nephew come and had to come rescue me. I'm like, "It
well,
was
that's
terrible."
bullshit. Because shouldn't they have came and towed your car and
Well,
put
they
you
said there was
in
nobody
jail?
around. They couldn't find anybody.
Well, yeah, but they could they couldn't have the one don't they reimburse for a hotel if you have to get a hotel?
I mean, there was no hotel. I was in the middle of nowhere. If you
Dude,
look up Mayaca
there wasn't
City,
even that one little one-stop shop.
no,
We don't even
no.
have one of those in the closest little town to me. They don't have no. They'd be like, "What's a hotel?" All right, there's no.
Yeah, it's literally a one traffic light town. Like it's
Exactly. That's what I live in.
so
Uh,
my cousin had to put the spare tire on it, and I drove back into Bradenton, and
mhm.
then stayed the
On a
night
little
there.
donut. Did you have a little donut tire?
Yeah, yeah. Then I
Yeah.
had to get the tire fixed the next day. But I'm like, what? I was like, how is AAA not be
Oh
able to help
no.
you at all? I don't know. Well,
I know they. Ugh. It's coming here. I mean, they will tow and stuff, but it takes them forever to get there sometimes. That's the thing. So it looks like tonight over on Publicly Buzzed of Feral Friday, it will be Miss Shorty and Joe and I, and we'll be watching the 1979 classic Zombie. Ooh, I haven't watched a movie in forever. I think the last movie I watched was hanging out in the Publicly Buzzed chat. They're gonna try to suck me back into
on.
movies. Alrighty then. Well, that's a break from the true crime stuff, right? I'm gonna have to get Steve back over here with us on a Sunday again soon, after Murder Church, to have a chit chat with us about true crime. Oh, these animals drive us nuts, flip flops, with all their needs, right? got Prozac, bundle of nerves. All my dog used to get this funky skin condition, but my friend that owned the kennel had this stuff you like a vitamin you could put on their food, and oh my god, she was right. It was so good. It helped with my dog's skin. Yeah, a lot of dogs take Prozac. A lot of dogs will take Xanax. Dogs take a lot of things. I was shocked at some of the things I've seen dogs take with that kennel job I had with my friend. Um, you have to bring your dog's medication. We had to give one dog his little diabetic shot. I had never done that before. That was new to me. Like dogs get diabetic shots. I had no clue that the little guy could suffer from something like that. He had a little seizure one day. It freaked me out. I didn't know. I was like, and my friend's like, "Oh hell!" And she's like, "Move!" And I was like, "Oh." She saved his little life though. Yeah, dogs can be all kinds of crazy human meds. Some of them dogs be liking their Xanax, so I'm gonna go ahead and tell you that little dog was like, "Oh yeah, I heard that bottle opening." I was like, "Damn dog." He got real comfy on his little blanket, just chilled right on out. Occasionally, my son will have to give his dog something. The vet prescribed her something, and occasionally we have to give it to her. She'll get on these rants where like nothing settles her, and she just up and down the house all night, and she's just like what? And like if he's gone for the weekend, because now that his girl has her own place, he'll go over there on the weekends sometimes. And if he does that, she'll stress out, So I'm like, before you leave this house, you better knock your dog out. Medicate your dog. What are they taking so long on these breaks? So I don't know this. I don't know, guys. This Jen McCabe stuff. Forgetting that we went to lengths until produced with GPS data that showed her, and who the hell did the defense give that to? I'm so trying. If I was the jury, I'd be like, why is this other agency involved? And the defense provided. That means the state omitted or didn't look at Jen's GPS location data. But the defense thought enough of it to do so. That's interesting. But she doesn't recall going there until she was provided with that information from the feds. Crazy.
Oh yeah.
I didn't catch I don't know what street Lank lived on. I just know it was 6 to 7. See, I'm going to be stuck on trying to figure out what these women, almost said an ugly word, but these women were doing. Housewives of Canton. What were y'all doing? What were they doing? I mean, it sounds like you was baiting Carrie. You needed, when you first heard those uttered that what's her name, Karen, utter those words, "Oh my God, could I have hit him?" You're like, ding, ding, ding. Yeah, you could have. Yeah, you could have.
Yeah, I don't understand how
Your
it goes
dumbass
from
just
that.
threw him in the snow last night. I told him not to do it in the snow, but they're like, "No, we'll put him out here. We'll think of something later."
I mean, they know darn well she said, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him?" But why are they all testifying? She said, "I hit him. I hit him. I hit him."
Because
You know she's still questioning herself. I don't understand why they say it like it's a.
because they want you to believe it was said that way. They need you to believe her intent was I hit him. Right? That's where they're going with that. And I'm hoping the jurors can see that because I clearly see it. They're setting it up. They're using this woman's words, and I knew they were going to use them. Why they wouldn't use them to bite her in the ass with, I don't know, because she's out there telling everybody what she said. KarenRead was. She literally, I didn't make her do it. She did it all on her own, went out there and told the world what she said. It still never sounded like a vicious statement or a confession. And so that's what they're trying to get you to believe. And she needs Carrie, because I have to wonder, when did they get the idea to use KarenRead as their cover story? Who the hell's idea was it to put this man out in the damn yard in the snow? And what, we're going to think of something later? And then all of a sudden, there's Karen screaming, "Could I have hit him?" Yeah, you could
Yeah,
have.
it fits their narrative perfectly. Yeah, you hit him. You
But
hit him.
then I have to go back to why toss this man in the snow and come up with a story later? And boom, you got the right one fell in your lap. How convenient.
Because they didn't want whoever did it, whoever threw the punch and knocked him
No,
out,
but
they didn't want to get in trouble. They didn't want to get in trouble.
well,
So
no shit.
they probably didn't think he was going to die. They just threw him in the snow and thought he would wake up
Uh-uh.
or
They
something.
knew he was dead when they put him out there.
Think so?
Yes. So why would these cops who know an investigation will be, regardless of how they think he died, they have to have a death investigation? Do you want a dead cop on your front lawn to even have to
You
deal
would
with a
think
death?
so.
So do we
No.
just make him disappear, or was there nowhere to go? Is there no outskirts of town? Snow froze over, hell froze it over, and they couldn't dig
Guess
a
they
hole. I mean, what's happening,
if they
Firefly?
thought they could pin it on her, then it would take everything
So
away
did
from
he?
them.
And then I have to say, well, could they left him in the house all night and didn't carry him out till early the next morning?
Well,
Which
I find that
is,
temperature of the phone very interesting
well, I
because
was about to say, but all
it
that
did
I
not drop.
understand, but my point about that is, because I get that, I think he could have been in the house all night,
Yeah.
but he had to have been put on the snow before Karen arrives back at that house with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts.
Right. So 5 o'clock.
So then you have to say, well, when did they decide to pin that on Karen? After she started screaming, "I killed him," or "I ran him, I hit him, I hit him."
You know what? I
Yeah.
bet. Okay, so what time was it? Like shortly before 5, where I think his niece called Carrie,
Right.
or
Right
not
before
Carrie,
5 a.m.
called Jen
Called
and said,
Jen
"I can't find. He hasn't come home," and
right
that
before
might have
5
been. And
a.m.
then they could hear Karen in the background, so
Or
I think that's what sparked it. And they're like, "We got to put the body out in the snow,"
so she was already saying it on the
and then they'll
phone.
be here.
Hang on.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this.
The only problem with that is like, how would they? The
But no, no, no,
snow
no.
was on top of
So
him, so he had to be out there for a while, right?
Karen couldn't have been saying, all right, because Kaylee called Jen just before 5 a.m.
Mhm.
Karen was in the background saying, "I can't find John," and go already hysterical according to Jen. But she wasn't saying at that point, "Could I have hit him?" She did not make those statements until they
She
arrived.
said maybe he got hit by a snowplow.
Okay, on the phone call
Yeah.
in the background, but the
Mhm.
statements, "Could I have hit him?" never happened until they arrived and the body was already there.
Yeah.
Okay. What made them decide at the wee hours of the morning to take this man's body to the yard and hope they got a good story to come up with later? That's the part I'm stuck on right now.
Well,
'Cause
see, I was just
you
thinking,
gotta make that make sense to me for me to full 100% believe in a cover up.
because of the snowstorm, I don't think they couldn't have done that because you would have seen the tracks in the snow dragging a body. He
Well,
had to
not
be
if
out
he was,
there earlier, don't you think?
well, right. Well, they wouldn't have drug him. There was enough men there to carry him. So the only thing to cover up would have
True.
been footprints. So, but how long did he lay out there? Like you said, enough time for enough snow to accumulate for Carrie to have to wipe it off his face. And I
Mhm.
believe that's true. I don't believe that he was just laying there completely exposed by
That
that
might not
point.
take long at 5 in the morning though, because it
No,
was really
not during
coming
the
down.
blizzard,
Yeah.
right? The rate of the snowfall. So take that into account. By the time that is happening in those wee hours of the morning, that snowstorm is there. It was on its way at midnight, but by 2 in the morning, it's there,
Yeah.
right? So 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. ish, whatever, right through them hours, you got a lot of snowfall coming
Yep.
down. And you can see when the first responders arrived at the 5 a.m. ish mark, whatever that what time frame was between 5 and 6 there, it was pretty, you know, it was coming down pretty good and things of that nature. We see because we saw the body cam footage shown in court, God, for a ridiculous amount of time for no apparent reason. We just sat there and watched this scene of the snow. So, yeah, I'm still, so there are things, they're getting there with their layout of this theory, of this cover up, but I don't know whose dumb idea it was to put that man on the lawn and think, well, we'll just come up with a story later. Or why leave him there at all. I understand if you go putting him in the car, you got a whole other level to deal with. You got a crime scene in the car now, you got to deal with that situation. I get it. But yeah, you're a cop, man. If I get it, you get it. That's the problem. Oh.
Yeah, wait till you get to the testimony about how the two cops destroyed their phones.
Well, I heard, okay, we've heard a little bit about that already. And I'm like, what? Higgins, you destroyed what? You had a snowplow on the front of your what? What time did you leave, Higgins? You peacocking little bastard. Oops. I
He
couldn't
just,
help it.
yeah, he destroyed the SD card and then went to a military base to
Not only,
dispose of it.
or said, did he set it on fire or something? Oh, no, 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 no.
No.
I know what it was. No, on Twitter, there was a military base fire like a
Oh.
day before yesterday. So people were retweeting that explosion and fire. And it was at anyway, they were saying, look, Higgins is at it again. Higgins is, and I'm like, oh my God, what are they talking about? Now I know. Thank you. Why is Higgins at it again? Is he blowing up military bases? But now I get it.
And I'm also, where the hell was Higgins' Jeep then? The other guy, Nagel, testified that he didn't see.
Apparently, nobody knows because apparently Nagel says Jeep wasn't there between me and Karen, but old girl Jen says Jeep was there behind Karen. Guy in the truck says Jeep wasn't there. Now, old testimony, and I say old as in first trial, apparently Higgins left between 12:30 and 1, but no one knows the exact time Mr. Snowplow drove away. Higgins don't know. Oh wait, we don't have.
But if he left then Nagel would have seen him because Nagel left before 12:30.
That means that Higgins had to leave before Nagel arrived.
Yeah.
Otherwise, is this man blind and didn't see a whole ass Jeep with a snowplow
What's a
sitting
big snowplow? Yeah, how do you not see that?
But he drove right. But he would have seen it because he drove right past Karen's car and saw that Karen was the only one in the car and still never saw John O'Keefe anywhere. I'm more inclined to believe that boy in the truck because I watched his testimony from the first trial and I didn't not one time get the impression he was lying about anything. He pulls up to get his sister, sends a confirmation text. I'm here. Sister comes out. I've changed my mind. Whatever. She goes back inside. He pulls away, never seeing a Jeep, never seeing John O'Keefe, sees KarenRead in her SUV all alone, and he leaves. So where was that Jeep that Jen swears was there then? Yeah. I hope the jury's taking notes of the key important things and all that fluffy bullshit they keep trying to pack it with. This is getting on my nerves. Get down to the nitty gritty of it.
And I didn't realize, I was reading something this morning. I didn't realize that one of the former jury, she was a, what do you call it? Alternate jury member. She joined the defense team this time because she saw all the bullshit that went on.
She was what she helped with was what her role on the defense team. I do know this much. So she was an alternate juror, and she was ready to vote not guilty. And she's not a criminal attorney, but what she did lend to the table was help in selecting the jurors. They put her on as legal defense counsel, and so then she took on the role of helping them vet, prepare, and question their jurors to seat their jury. She knew what the jurors wanted to know, what their confusions were about, all the things, right, that mattered, because jury selection is huge.
Yeah.
That is why it was such a big deal made about those jury selection questionnaires in Idaho. That shit was wrong on so many levels. That's a later process. There's a whole process for that procedure. Ann Taylor knew that. What she was attempting to do was nefarious, and she knows it. right? But to argue that with people who didn't understand it was just a pointless argument. So now we're seeing a closed hearing and jury questionnaires the way it's supposed to be done. And right in Idaho, yeah. So it's a big deal to seat your jurors, and those questions are huge, right? So that's what she brought to the table. So we'll see if it helps, right? Did they learn anything from her that really helped them drive certain things home with this jury?
Yeah, I hope so.
Points like laying out this conspiracy theory. If it wasn't laid out that well last time, he just laid it out with that text message thread alone.
Mm-hmm.
And if that was played the first time, I'm like, what the hell happened that first time? What the fuck? There's a couple of things that make me question what happened that first time. Good Lord. Welcome in, Truth Exposed. We are on a break, guys. We are covering day 8 of the KarenRead trial morning session here. Joe, we appreciate you for backing us up. When I didn't have internet, I was able to drop Joe's show into the playlist as part 1 of the morning session for day 7, and then we dropped part 2, which was my stream. So it's all organized still and in order. So we appreciate that.
That would be interesting to watch the jury selection like that.
It can be quite boring, it can be tedious, it can be long, it can be a lot of things, but it's interesting, right?
But I mean, in person, like that would be
Yeah,
kind of cool.
yeah, because they don't usually air that type of stuff. But it's interesting because you would be surprised by some of the questions they are asked, right? You'd go, wait a minute, I didn't expect that from to be asked of a potential juror. But they think of everything, a lot of time, money, and expertise. There's literally firms that are experts in helping teams prepare for jury selection. So there's a whole industry on that. It's important because you want to make sure you not only have a diverse group of people, diverse group of backgrounds, and a diverse group of way of thinking, right? And you want to feel like they're being honest, like, no, I didn't Google anything while I was in the middle of my juror duties, like I was warned I shouldn't, haven't talked to any, all the things. And now this jury is aware of her prior trial. Like in Arizona, that jury did not know about Lori's convictions in Idaho. Didn't even know those trials had happened. Didn't know there was a conviction. But here, these jurors are aware of the previous trial and are aware that the defense thinks that somebody else killed this man. I'm like, reasonable doubt just got established. Hang on, let me backtrack on that statement. Reasonable doubt was established during cell phone guy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It was just reaffirmed through these text messages thread.
Definitely agree. Wow, this is a long break. They're going to come back and go to lunch or something, probably.
Truth, you need to stop it. I got to get wait a minute. Look, her roses. I want roses. I want to grow some roses, and I always love growing tomatoes. I want to get some blackberry bushes. When I was a kid, like that was my favorite thing. We'd go blackberry picking, which is what we do in the South. But I don't have any in this yard. But I did notice my neighbor has some in her yard. I was like, got me an idea. I want some blackberries. I need to plant tomatoes. I'm in the South, so it's time. I need some grape tomatoes so I can just have lots of salads. Some green onions would be cool. Do you grow anything, Firefly? Do you garden? I don't. My sister can, oh my God, she can just own a damn garden, but I have one. It's going to be small, right? Small and quaint. Aw, your roses or your garden? Probably your garden. Yeah, okay, I get you. It's a lovely little garden, small and quaint. I love a small, quaint little garden. Girl, I'm in Florida. I got full sun. That's what I'm saying. I grow things that can take Florida heat and full sun. Otherwise, it don't stand a chance out here. That's why I know the blackberries do good. We have them everywhere. My yard just decided it wasn't going to have no blackberries in it. It's okay. I'll make it have some. It'll do what I tell it. I'm the boss of you. Blueberry bushes. Oh, yeah. We used to go pick the blueberries on the river, and my aunt would make a riverbank blueberry cobbler. Yeah, don't ask, but she did. That shit was good. We picked blueberries all day long right off the blueberry tree. Bush, rather. Grown in the wilds in the Florida pines. Best shit ever. Oh, Sinead has hostas that are in bloom. Pretty. Y'all are making me want to get out there this weekend and just like get my garden on. Shit. Y'all making me look bad now. Damn it. I'm seriously. Like I was sitting out there yesterday. It was so beautiful. It was such our sunsets are getting crazy and the day is getting so long and I'm just in heaven. So I go out there and I'm like, yeah, I need to start getting some plants out here. And yeah, now here they are doing it. I used to have rabbit Sinead at my old house years ago when my kids were little, and I had to put up like chicken wire around my tomato bed because these were like jackrabbits. And one night I looked out and this damn I thought it was a person kneeling down beside my tomato plant. But no, it was this tall ass jackrabbit. Huge. Like, where the hell did you come from? So yeah, I had to put up.
I've got a raised garden with like giant metal tubs, so like two big raised
I
gardens.
want one. That's what I want, Firefly.
That way
We
that the rabbits can't get in there.
Yeah, we have a strip. I call it the strip. We have our yard, and it's the whole backyard's all fenced in because we have the dog. But there's what I call the side. There's a driveway, and then there's a nice, long, wide piece of property there, and it's ours as well. But it happens to be it ends where it's where the farmer's field ends. That little piece begins. Well, it's real like amazing for growing things because it's always been a farmer's field. But now we have the grass back out there and they ride the four-wheeler out there. But I thought about putting raised beds out there, right? Like you're talking about. I love that look. So I thought about doing that. I think it'd be easier for me to maintain and I can put something around it if I need to as well. I don't want no huge garden. I'm not trying to have a lot to do. On some pretty plants around my table and chairs out there. And yeah, go pick me some tomatoes off the vine when I want to.
I always like to have the flowering stuff like gardenias, and right
Mhm.
now the jasmine's blooming. Every time I go out the side
Oh,
window, the
girl.
side door, it smells so good. And the
Yeah.
azaleas are blooming out front too, so it's like really
The
pretty.
azaleas right now in Florida are just like amazing. Oh, throughout the South. You know what I mean? They are
Mhm.
blooming like crazy right now. A lot of times when I was growing up, wherever we lived, we just naturally have an azalea bush in the yard. Just what people did, but
Mhm.
you don't see them any as much in the older properties. You see tons of them
Yeah,
still.
because they're very acidic, they require a lot of acid. So if you have to
Yeah,
really fertilize them, then get them to take root,
no,
but
they
otherwise
grow
they'll
like
die.
they love it right here in Northwest
Mhm.
Florida. Those things just thrive. It's no shit. They thrive everywhere around here. So it's like everywhere you go, you see them. Um,
Yep.
my old yard used to be just full of them when my kids were growing up. But around here, you just don't, they're not planted as often as they used to be when I was growing up, right? It was like a thing. But it's not any longer.
Gerbera daisies. Gerbera
Gerber
daisies.
daisies.
I think that's Gerbera, but man, I could be wrong.
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
Had a little butterfly garden in the middle of the lawn too. Like,
Oh, I need a butterfly garden. Well, we always get cool little bugs in the back. My grandson and I will go out with my phone has this amazing zoom lens on it, and we'll find like a beetle or something, and we'll zoom in on him, and you can see every little detail about him really good. So we'll bug hunt with my camera. It's always butterflies flickering around back there. Always.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Oh, this is the longest break. It's taking forever.
And I don't like to go try to show something and start watching something in case they come back. I don't want to. It gets on my nerves.
It's okay, Truth. I used to call them Gerber daisies too. It just they're Gerbera.
Gerbera daisies.
Well,
I didn't know there was differences in the daisies. I like little wildflowers that grow too. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? We have some out by that ditch. And around the back porch, I noticed some around the back step, some little purple things. I'm like, my son thought he was going to cut them down the other day. I was like, what are you doing? I was like, because he's a cutting
My
grass.
daughter planted a bunch of those wildflowers like in her front, in front of her house, the little front box there. And the neighbor, the HOA association came through and they always do inspections of all the yards and everything. They're like, you have to pull those
hell no.
weeds out. I'm like,
No,
"They're
no,
not
no
weeds."
HOAs for me. I'm not that.
I know.
Wouldn't be a good mix.
But
Don't tell me to pull up my little weeds. Get out of here with your shit. Yeah, I don't want to live somewhere where I can't be told I can't have a little wildflower garden. How un-American is that?
Well, because like the butterfly garden doesn't look real. It looks almost kind of weedy, like Daisy likes that.
Exactly. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen them, and they do look that way. And that's
Yeah.
okay. And that's what they would naturally
pretty, though.
flock to, right?
Yeah.
Flock if that's what butterflies do. But that's what they would naturally gravitate toward is that right there. So
Mhm.
yeah, that makes
Little
sense.
patches of flowers growing up. Yeah, they're pretty. I love it.
They have a thing throughout. I don't know about down there, but I think it's all the way through Florida along the interstate systems. And I know Alabama
Yes,
does.
yes.
But they would throw out the
Wildflowers. Oh, they're so pretty. They're little purple
Yes.
flowers. Oh, I love it.
They
Oh,
all the
somebody's coming
natural
back.
vegetation. Yeah. So
Coming back. I hear noise.
between our ride from here, this side down to Orlando, it was always nice to look at them. I hear some noise.
Yep.
It's
yep.
not the fan.
seated.
Be seated, people.
That break was longer
She had
than
the
I told
Longhorns
you it would
display
be.
it.
We were waiting for some records.
Hell yeah.
So it took a while, but we appreciate your patience. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Feel
Thank
better,
you,
Jen?
Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022,
Shifting
moving
gears.
forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records, or?
No, not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls,
All right.
yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again
right.
you're being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document, the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone calls.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but
If you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then
so
I'll just.
I'm being told that there's no objection
Fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I appreciate that.
The nature of the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor, 10:54 a.m.
Yes.
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame. The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Am I looking at the second one or the?
May I approach you?
Yes.
This one? Yes.
see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document, and by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m. Do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there.
Yes.
In your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly.
Yes.
In the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include, those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
and then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
So you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct.
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully, if I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote that you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
Object to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please.
Oh my gosh.
I knew that was going to prompt that. Like, how could they? I knew it was. Again, she didn't need to see any notes there to recollect her memory.
I mean, if it was me and I was being interviewed by this, that, and the other person, like, I would start writing down who I talked to and, I don't know, just to keep track.
There's a lot of them coming. They usually leave their cards and things of that nature. But she's having a lot of, so I got my thoughts on this Proctor dude. I'm like, why would this, what's up with this dude? What is his connection to these people that he would join in their conspiracy cover-up? It's like, good friend, the family, growed up together. What are we doing here?
It's a small town. They all know each other.
I know, but they've yet to show me a connection between Proctor and this cover-up, right? So he's not even in it yet as far as I'm concerned. He's just a crazy rogue little trooper out there running his mouth. So how does he play into this? What happened? It sounds to me they told him a cute little story, and then Carrie's over there bad-mouthing Karen the whole time. He bought all of it, hook, line, and sinker. Oh, yeah. Why? They're not going to lie to me. They're all cops. They're telling me she's a horrible lady. She ran over him. But then, are you the one that busted the taillight to make it look? Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Yeah, I don't know how close he was with Brian Albert. Like, they're both officers, so do they know each other? Are they buddies at all? Like, I don't know.
To a point. Okay, so did he buy their story, hook, line, and sinker?
They're all like sort of protecting each other.
It got to a point where he saw, if we don't get some hard evidence, like a cracked taillight.
Next question.
May I? Did Trooper Tully? I'm sorry. Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth Proctor prior. Well,
Did you tell Trooper Tully Tully that quote?
If I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
this
has been asked and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
That bag.
Thanks.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between...
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50, 50.
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown, yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving up to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, there were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You've previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone.
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID. Or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it.
Well, how often make phone calls?
Every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages, phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's it.
accidentally hit the last thing, the last call, like since I had talked to John.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
She calls that answering the questions? Okay. Sounds like Jackson's tired of her games. Like, make her answer the damn questions and stop skirting the issues.
Well, she and I have different ideas on that then, because that lady's dodging every question she can get her hands on. What appears to be simple questions, she just has a hard time following, and I think it's
Yeah, she
still
can't
funny.
acknowledge that she said anything. Oh, according to this document, and that's what
What? No,
happened.
you mean them
I don't
documents where the
recall that
cops would have
though.
fudged? One minute the document will help my memory. One minute that document's useless for my memory. The next minute, oh, it's just a cop's narrative. Oh,
Hopefully, if you're on the jury, you're going to be like, why all the nonsense? I don't believe a single thing this lady is saying because she's being so difficult. Why? Why are you being this difficult? If you got nothing to hide, just say the truth.
well, they're hoping that the jurors see her as a truthful woman being badgered by these defense people.
She's not being badgered. She's badgering him.
You and I understand that, and you
Yeah.
understand that. But does the jury understand that? I already heard one law tuber say that he kind of needed to tone it back just a little because he appeared to be a little more combative than as far as her goes, right?
Yeah.
And about the defense attorney and handling her, so he doesn't come off looking like an asshole. You want her to come off looking like the asshole because the perception is what
Right.
matter. The jury's perception of what they're seeing right now, and so yeah, she I would take issue as a juror with her inability to recall certain things and how sometimes a document would help refresh your memory and sometimes it would be useless. I'd be like, lady, you're not making sense.
McCabe.
You're not credible in
Yes.
my opinion.
Nope, not
Jumping the
at
gun.
all.
Yeah, not at
Where's
all.
Jackson? Jackson didn't come back yet.
Oh, hell, they didn't fire him, did they?
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
then.
you.
That when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct?
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose a person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
If that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct?
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
For
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry,
What
okay.
time did you get home then?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone at
Yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You used Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened.
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask you
And those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Okay.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27? I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally?
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
And every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
Misread.
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
I have a moment.
Yes.
That misread report. Which Google search? The midnight, 2 a.m. one? What misread report? So now we've learned that investigators don't write their reports accurately, and then they misread reports.
Well, because remember, Celebrate said,
Oh, I
"Oh,
know.
it was indirect." Yeah, that's what they're trying to push that theory. Bullshit. Ain't
I'm
nobody buying
making
that
fun of
shit.
her ass. Ain't nobody buying what she's selling. She can sit down with
No,
that shit.
no.
You gotta be real good to get one past me, lady.
Can we take a brief recess, about 5 minutes?
I'll see counsel at sidebar, or if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to sidebar.
Acting like she doesn't know what the 227's referring to. Come on. Like,
But
seriously.
she's not gonna come out there and say she searched that thing at 227.
No, I only searched for
Uh-uh.
Happy Haunt Sports and Ozone or whatever the fuck it was.
She don't
Oh,
even
I
know what
didn't make
that
any
was.
Google search at 227 for House Long to Die in Cold.
You mean
Oh,
that
sure.
You mean that misread report search? That one?
Mm.
What's what she meant by a misread report.
Yep.
Was the discrepancy in her time of when
I'm
she
sure the
searched.
jury remembers. Jury's
Yeah.
got to. They
Oh my
can't.
God! They made a big deal about this House Long to Die, and it's no discrepancy.
Oh, yeah.
When what's his name testified. So now that's coming back into play, right? So yeah, I'm following along, and the jury is.
We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue
Alrighty then.
up into the luncheon recess.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay, take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column.
I got a screenshot first, lady.
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
Counsel at sidebar.
What do you mean that's not exactly? You let them chop it up
Wow.
earlier. No. Bullshit. You
She's
allowed them.
terrible.
No.
Oh,
She
because
allowed
she's
them to, no. Hold on a second. She let them take those text messaging blocks and zoom in on those to make them bigger. When it looked like they just went through the same thing, and she's like, no. That's not how it appears. We're not altering it. You said make it bigger. So what's your problem with that? They need to explain to me what just happened right there, because that's stupid.
she's not trying to say that Celebrate said that wasn't an accurate record, so they took it off. Oh, she better not be trying to say that.
No, it's got to be reflected. It's got to be what was entered into evidence, the same thing. But if all they did was try to crop it to zoom in on it, I don't understand what she's talking about.
Maybe because it's only showing that one record at 227. I don't know. I can't imagine.
No, whatever they're showing has to be entered into evidence already, regardless. You can't just throw shit up there. So what did she mean by show it exactly how it is? The whole page, lady, or
Whole page? I'm thinking.
gotta get cropping, or you said make it bigger?
He's trying to, yeah. You can't show the whole page to make it big enough for the jury to see, I guess.
Fuck, we understand how shit works. Unless it's a whole ass exhibit they didn't enter into evidence and it's an altered one. That's a different thing. Take down that altered bullshit and get that original, whether we can see it or not. Give the jury a copy. Hell. Problem solved. Got time for this nonsense. So easily solved. I'm sure there's a copy machine nearby.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
See, he found the paper, so it
Thank
was
you.
different than what they were. Yeah, that's what that was about. That wasn't the right exhibit. That's bullshit. Zooming in's not altering is a joke.
May I approach?
Yes.
Altering is altering.
So are they not going to show for the jury to see or not?
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
It's at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Dying Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Miss Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Dying Cold?
I object to her reading the record.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay. Now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Dying Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone Hoslong to Dying Cold. Is that right?
Yes, after we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of how long to die in the cold. Hoslong to die in cold, how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was KarenRead screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve,
Is
yes.
that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
Yes or no? You discussed it? Or no?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
So in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you if you discussed it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that KarenRead demanded to Google hypothermia.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that KarenRead demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that KarenRead was the one that demanded that search?
KarenRead did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Feel free to stand up and stretch, guys. You hear Judge Bev. She doesn't want y'all falling over. Lunchtime. I just sat here and had myself some lunch, so during their lunchtime, I won't be like getting all hangry and stuff.
It must be hard to be on a jury and not be able to discuss it with the other jurors or anybody,
know.
because
Are
I'm
you
I'm like, what?
Are you allowed to sit down at night with your notes and like reorganize them and process your
Probably
thoughts?
not. I don't remember. I think it was Murdaugh
Don't take my
trial.
notes.
They took
please.
notes, but they would take the notebooks from
Yeah,
them. lock
they
them
take
up.
the notes from them. I'll be like, no, don't take
Which
my
makes
notes,
sense.
please. No, it don't make sense.
Well, it kind of does, because you
I'm
don't
the
want to get out. You can't go home with it and then somehow it
Why
gets
not?
out
I'm
in
the
public.
juror and you want me to make a big decision. I need to mull
Yeah.
over things. So
Mhm.
let me take my notes home. Let me get in my quiet, happy place. Let
Yeah.
me read through them, get my thoughts organized, and process what all that shit y'all told me today, because it was a lot. And then there we go. I won't discuss it, nobody else but me and myself and I, all alone in the corner with my notes. Leave me
That's a,
alone.
that's a good question. Why isn't he allowed to bring up Carrie, who we
Who isn't allowed
found
to
out
bring
lied to the grand jury?
Wait. Who's not allowed to bring up
Well, he
Carrie?
started asking. He's like, "Didn't you notice that? Didn't you get the
Hearsay.
update that Carrie
Okay,
said she
well,
never
wait.
heard you say that to?"
Because
Or
that is that was that admitted or was that under the hearsay? That you can't. You got to be. You got. I didn't miss. I must have missed what y'all were talking about. Is that what they went to sidebar for? He is
I think so.
allowed to talk about Carrie Roberts because he's done it already. I'm trying to figure out what particular things she's talking about. That did he get stopped or something? Was it a hearsay bullshit
Well, 'cause
thing?
he was like, "Were you? I don't know. Were you informed that last week Carrie testified she did not
Oh, well, they've
hear
already went
Darren
over
say?"
that. Yeah, they well, because
Yeah,
some of
but he
that
wants
stuff
her to admit that
I know, I
Carrie.
get it, but if it,
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what the ruling is. That what it was? Is that what caused the sidebar? Because there's a legal thing behind it. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't know. They never have say what
So
their objections are.
Just
so I
one
don't know.
question on
know
this.
that,
Just
but-
one question on this, please, Mr. Jones.
Have you
Yeah.
become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied
See, he said her name.
the statement that was attributable to my client?
No,
You aware of that?
no.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what what cameras were where.
Oh,
You're aware that there's no
yeah.
audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us she had sent Carrie off.
To where?
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down,
Yes,
and you compared and contrasted those with each other. to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Kerry, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister. Who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
Is she here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Miss Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I don't
Ms.
need...
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though?
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No,
Have you discussed this with anybody?
no, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, Will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Did it sound like Miss Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Miss Reed, a female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time.
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Miss Reed, and Miss Roberts. Correct?
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Miss McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Can you pause this? Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. Can you pause it, please? Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who is that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer, possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed?
Ms.
Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. Pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it? Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You've just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lank.
Go ahead and play it.
She sure went to bat for her sister's husband, didn't she?
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between
I was.
them on you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed.
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back a little bit to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High-intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend"?
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a
friend"?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John?
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you
wanted
didn't say,
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer?
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no, do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe KarenRead knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No.
None of you were first responders?
No.
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
Correct.
I have a question, Miss McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You were staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling
So you're not following the line of questioning.
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked the 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered, correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break?
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay,
and I'll wrap it.
okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they were okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of KarenRead screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
Whoa,
All right.
Strike.
jurors, lunch and break.
no. You're supposed to tell the jury to strike that, lady. That you get that smile off your face. Holy hell. Okay, I got to give it to Jen. He had a strong comeback when he was going at her about why you didn't go in that house. Was I didn't think nothing happened to them. But if I could roll up to my sister's house and there's a man on the lawn, guess what's about to happen?
I'm knocking on their door.
I'm not, girl, I'm going through that front door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Knock on the door
If
until
my
somebody
sister
answers.
dog
Wake
knows-
up the dog. The dog will wake up the
No. Well, all the commotion on the front lawn
that should have woke him up.
should have woke that alert dog up.
Yeah, the flashing lights. I'm sorry, flashing lights in my bedroom window. I'm gonna go
Well,
at least
I'm
look
gonna-
outside.
Look, these people was drunk and passed out. I don't know if they saw the lights or not, but they heard commotion. Chloe would have heard commotion. Your dog's going to hear it long
Yeah.
before you do.
Yeah, the dog's gonna be barking.
Your dog, if you got a dog laying there and their ears perk up and that head pops up, no, that dog's just heard something you ain't going to hear for a minute. Okay? It's coming. Trust your dog. So Chloe would have heard that commotion.
Remember, Chloe was nowhere to be
the dog-
found when she came in.
What?
Chloe was nowhere to be found when she came in.
I know that. So if Chloe had been there, Chloe should have reacted to the noise and commotion outside and alerted that something was happening outside, which then should have alerted the homeowners that she slept in their room. So the ladies, so then I'm not agreeing with Jen McCabe. Please don't take it that way when I say that. So he gave her a good argument as to why wouldn't you run inside and get your brother-in-law, an actual first responder, get him out there because he's literally a minute away when the EMS is still 6 minutes away. So why would you not do that? Well, because Carrie needed me to do chest compressions. So I thought you told 911 you didn't know how. Okay, whichever. She's going to be like, well, I wasn't worried about them. They weren't on the front lawn hit by a car or whatever happened.
You don't think they want to know somebody's dying on their front yard?
Yeah, but by that point, she did go into the house, though. Remember, I mean, I'm following you. I'm just saying she came back with her bullshit story and made it strong, but I don't know that the jury bought that. I'm more impressed with his line of questioning, suggesting she didn't go inside and get the actual first responder who was steps away, 83 steps from the flagpole.
Right.
So, or at least to the front, into the front door area. Come again, sister. Like I can go, I can just point out both sides, flaws and great points. It doesn't bother me either way. I'm not taking this case to bed with me unless I'm just thinking about evidence. Her, if she gets guilty, I got to let the appeals process work out for her at that point. I can't stay invested beyond that. I got too many other cases to cover. At some point, I have to move on. Hashtag move on. I don't know. I don't hashtag free people. I feel like that's dangerous. I don't know. It's crazy. So we had a couple of things we could take a look at. Like I told you guys last night, I found that a News Nation piece that was from like a year ago. And the guy had an excellent point, and they show the video, or they show some footage of Karen's car right there in John's yard, and where you can see that her tail light appears to be still intact at 5:03 a.m. No cracked. It had the crack because it already bumped into the truck, but there was no pieces missing from the light. So let me make that clear. The crack was probably already there, should have been already there, but there were no pieces missing from the damn thing. Like she's trying to say occurred now, after the fact, all that bullshit. Oh, we also can take a look at what it looks like in Maricopa County Jail and the nice shiny digs that Lori Vallow is enjoying. That shit's funny. All right, so let me get this screen up and we'll take a look at this. Joe, you know where the link's at if you want to chat during lunch. Okay, let me back this up. Like I said, this was from, let me look at the date again, guys. A year ago, and they had an officer on here, Sean McDonough, a retired DEA supervisory special agent. Okay, so we have a little expert coming in to talk about stuff.
After 2 days of trying, the lawyers in the KarenRead murder trial just outside of Boston, they got themselves 11 of the 16 jurors that they need. And if those people have not been following this case, they have no idea what they're in for. KarenRead is the financial analyst and the college professor who's accused of murdering her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, a longtime Boston police officer. Happened back in January of 2022, and ever since then, the investigators have been building their case against her. But the doubters have been getting louder and louder. The investigators say that she backed over her boyfriend after a drunken argument and then left him to die in a snowbank outside of a house party. But Read's defenders say the evidence...
Look at that picture for a minute. I put this picture in that video that I'll show you guys later. But so when we were talking the other day about the foliage that could have been up around that flagpole, from this angle, there's not any. Way back over here, you got the tall pines, like I said, but they're not going to they're not going to hide a body there unless you're coming down looking from the top with like an airplane or a drone.
Evidence does not add up. They say the victim's injuries aren't even the kind you get from vehicle impact, and they claim the investigators planted evidence at the scene. Evidence like fragments of a broken taillight from Read's SUV. None of those defenders is more convinced than that of my next guest. Sean McDonough is a retired DEA supervisory special agent who's investigated this case on his own pretty much full time for a year now. He says he can prove that KarenRead's taillight was completely intact after the alleged hit and run happened. Take a look at this video from the doorbell cam. It was taken at 5:03 a.m. And 5:03 a.m. is hours after Read and O'Keefe parted ways. And you can see right there in the circle that Read's taillight is right where it's supposed to be, on her Lexus SUV. I want to welcome to the program Sean McDonough.
Isn't that crazy? So is the story allegedly they busted it once it got to the Sally Port? And that's where they got all their pieces from that they went and threw out in the snow can be defined later? Yeah, okay.
Sean, that video is sort of jaw-dropping. It's kind of like the Perry Mason moment, and I wonder if the prosecutors have it, and if they do, how do they explain it?
Actually, first of all, I'm so happy to be here, and thank you for covering this. I'm so happy you led with the first picture. The first picture is what the prosecution wants the jurors to believe. Look, that taillight looked like at 12:32 a.m. after John was allegedly hit by KarenRead. In this video, which is 4.5 hours after Karen allegedly hit John, that light right there has absolutely no wires, no LEDs.
And you have to remember too, in that shot they showed you a second ago of the car sitting there in the yard, and it appears to all be intact. With missing chunks like that, you won't see the red glow, right? You would see it red then white, where the chunk of red is missing, and you don't see that.
All the red is completely gone, which means no red would be reflective, right? There would be nothing illuminating. At 5:03 to 5:08, you see her back in. She cracks the backup light onto Officer John O'Keefe's Traverse, which is behind there. See those tire tracks? She goes in at an angle, which means she definitely made contact with that side light that comes out 5 inches. We documented this. And see right there, that tire on John's car moves forward. It didn't go backwards. So the angle directs the motion of the vehicle when it got struck. So
did they play this at the first trial? They had to have, because unless it just made the social media rounds, right? Because that's where I saw it. So after seeing that, and after the other stuff, what in the world happened there? And the cops saw all this, once they got this, they're like, oh, crazy.
When as that video continues on, if you keep going with that video a little bit more, it's completely intact. And this is how it all came about. The lead detective, Michael Proctor for the Mass State Police, this is how I found it. In his affidavit, he said the taillight, the right rear taillight, right side, was shattered and a large piece missing. And I said, wait a minute. The 2 witnesses told him that there was a crack. And we analyzed this back and forth, and we let the video play all the way through. I went to Lexus dealerships. They told me not only do they have, it's a polycarbonate plastic, one of the hardest plastics you can have. The law of physics, there you go, right there. See all that red? In the final picture where the prosecution is saying this is how it ends up, it's no way. So polycarbonate plastic, very hard. 6,500 pounds going into a 220-pound male human will topple him over. It will not crack up the taillight in 37 plus pieces. Absolutely impossible. Mistake number 1, they did not know this video existed when they did this crime scene.
Oh, hell.
Later in the night. This video came about 2 days later. So when they made the
so again, just listen, I've got only 30 seconds left, but I've got to.
So this video was discovered 2 days after the accident or whatever happened out there. And that's when they got the idea to bust it all the way out. So all this is happening within days of each other, first 2 to 3 days. Like could I have hit him stuff come out of her mouth pretty much immediately when they got there. So we're day 2, we got this damn video. What the hell?
Ask you, you've been in this business a long time. How are the prosecutors going to explain this away? Because I guarantee you what you have, defense attorneys will use.
Oh, they have it all. They have that and more. Oh. I don't know how they intend to convince a jury of 12 that car hit John O'Keefe. There is no way.
Wow. Okay.
How much stuff y'all think this guy sent the defense team to take a look at? Oh, don't think I know it don't happen, because it happens all the time.
Okay, so listen, we're only at the tip of the iceberg on this case. I'm going to have you back, Sean McDonough, because this case has gripped me, and we're only at jury selection. So I look forward to our next time together. Thank you for this, and thanks for sharing that all that video with us. Thank you for watching.
Wow. Let me get that. That was pretty cool. Firefly, you still with me? Did you go grab something to eat? She must have stepped away, guys. They did play it? Okay. It's crazy.
I just got back.
You're good. It's crazy that they could see some of this stuff. And, I know that I don't think the jury, because the jury did not convict her, right? They didn't just come out and say, guilty. No. Quite the opposite, or we wouldn't be here now. So, yeah. I'm just wondering, how flawed were they better get their jury instructions a little straight this time. Is that why the judge is being all cranky with these little instructions? And if you believe the person on the stand is the one who made the actual text messages, well, who the fuck else is making?
Yeah, why is she doing that right before Jennifer McCabe? Come on now.
Who else is on this lady's phone sending text messages? That's what I want to know, Judge. Now you just intrigued me. That is there really something nefarious going on? Are you throwing shade at the defense? Did they make it up? They just made it up and look at this. You made it worse when you did that, Miss Thing. Well, somebody like me did. Weirdo lady. Okay. I think my dog's outside. I think I forgot her. Oh, okay. All right. Let me see what else I got here for you guys to take a look at. All right. But this is. Oh, that's like really long right there. So, what did I do with it? Oh, it was this one. Okay. Like, I'm gonna go get the dog in real quick, but I'm gonna put this on faster speed just for a minute. I think it'll be okay. So this was, I don't know if you guys, have you been following the Canton Confidential series, Firefly?
Canton Confidential? No.
It's NBC, I think, hang on, I'll tell you, let me get this set here. NBC Boston News Team, I think they're local there. They've been doing a series called Canton, let me get this pulled. I'm sorry, let me get this pulled up. Okay, Canton Confidential. There's one out of Kentucky based on the Crystal Rogers case where a local reporter has done an amazing job on that whole story. I love watching Shay's updates on her podcast about that. This is kind of like the same thing, right? They do a nightly podcast and they followed the first trial apparently. And I don't watch them every single night. I catch them sometimes. Usually it's the following morning when I get up. I see they drop something overnight and I'll watch it for a little bit. So I watched a little bit of this one and it was pretty cool, kind of like a recap of some things. So I thought we'd let that play for a few minutes during lunch. Guys, I'm going to go let my dog in real quick. I'll be right back.
A pause in the case. The Karen Read murder trial takes a one-day break. So tonight, we're getting you up to speed.
Okay, so if it's too fast, let me know. And this was, I think, last night after yesterday's break. So
that morning, your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
We take a closer look at just some of the biggest surprises we've seen so far from this high-profile case.
That would put those steps within the House, correct? It would.
Plus, we're answering your questions. What you want to know about the retrial that's captivating the nation. Canton Confidential, the Karen Read murder trial, starts now.
Jurors in the retrial of Karen Read had the day off, so tonight we want to take a look at where we stand in this trial and how it compares to the first. Good evening, everyone. I'm JC Monahan.
And I'm Glenn Jones. Our Melody Mendez has been there at Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham every day of the trial so far. So, Mel, what are your observations? What is different this time around?
Well, the biggest difference, I would say, Glenn and JC, so far is the man at the helm for the prosecution, right? Because from Hank Brennan, we're seeing a very different trial only 1 year later.
Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan is taking a different approach to the case. This has changed the strategy and the presentation. The order of witnesses being called to the stand is among the most obvious of those changes. Where previous prosecutor ADA Adam Lally presented the case chronologically, Brennan making his case with the data first, then the people who were there.
Is that too fast? Because I could slow it down. I don't intend to let it play the entire time.
It's okay.
Okay. Okay.
He's also more animated in his courtroom approach. Here's a bit of opening statements from both attorneys.
The only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Read, is guilty of murder in the second degree.
And you'll hear her words through Firefighter Nuttall. She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Another major difference is the use of video clips, media interviews, showing Karen Read telling her side of the story. In the last trial, the only time.
You know, something I don't think I forgot to mention, you know how they showed that clip of Karen, making that snarl face about his mom and saying she said, I could have a car, I've hit him or whatever. They let Jen do it right there on the witness stand when she mimicked the way Karen said something. And it wasn't flattering for Karen the way she did it, right? And I thought, wait a minute, Judge, why are you letting people come in and, make faces and describe people? Well, maybe she let Jen get away with it because they showed Karen doing it to old boy's mom. I don't know. I
think Jennifer got a free pass on a lot of things there.
Oh my God. So yeah, I'm wondering about their little slight connection that no one's supposed to worry about. Okay. Yeah, never mind. I got questions about that.
Time the jurors ever heard Karen Read's voice was in panicked dashcam video and angry, worried voicemails. This time around, the jurors are seeing and hearing.
Hey, that just reminded me watching that video. When did Karen Read tell her to make that search? Was it when y'all arrived and y'all found the body? Because she wouldn't have known to make that search prior, before y'all got there and found John. So while she's running around in a panic, right before 911 is called is when she says it, or was it
Yeah, just
after
say it
all this has happened?
when she says I hit him, or when she asked to make that call.
No, when she says how long to Google how long it takes to die in the cold.
Yeah, well, that's what he said on all the
I
video.
know.
We don't
So
see her going up
that's
to
what
you
I'm
to ask.
saying.
Why would
But
she ask you that? That doesn't even make
why
sense.
would she? Exactly. They got there at 6:30 something. So I forget what time the search was. I got to go back and look.
Like
6:20,
6:03 they got there, I think.
6:03. Okay, so it's got to line up with the video from the dash cam stuff, right?
Yeah.
Depending on when you think she said it. But where in any of that chaos of her running around back and forth, I didn't see her run up to her once or screaming, Google this. And it's kind of an odd time to be asking. I get screaming, could I have hit him? But did she follow that with Google how long to die in cold? That's not computing, right?
From her on screen, Brennan playing clips of those interviews in between witnesses.
You're going to hear from her own lips many of her statements, her admissions to extraordinary intoxications, her admissions to driving the Alexis, her admissions to being angry at John that night. And as I say, her admissions that she told.
His mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. Could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated?
I bet she. Oh, ladies, how many of y'all have mother-in-laws, right?
I mean, to be fair,
Have you
she probably did come up to her and say like that.
I'm saying, okay, yeah. I'm saying
She's
how
like,
many
"What's
how
she
many
doing?"
of y'all have had the I love my mother-in-law, don't get me wrong. I always thought society was ridiculous that I was supposed to have a problem with my mother-in-law. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Don't tell me or dictate what I'm supposed to do. Get out my face with that shit. I love my mother-in-law. We had a great relationship, but she was my mother-in-law. There was times it was like, you know what I mean? We're all gonna. How many times have any of us rolled our eyes at something the mother-in-law said, or made a face, or imitated them being, you know what I mean? I didn't take that as, you know, I know women, right? I'm a woman. I'm not. I know better. And I hope that, you know, some of the jurors are actual women with a brain, and society doesn't dictate their thinking either, because, you know, hell, a lot of us like being single and no man at all in our lives. It's actually a thing, society. We're okay, I promise. We're not. Sorry, guys.
I mean, his mom took the stand and she seemed pretty cold herself. To be fair.
I mean, I don't
fair
know.
to say,
I
fair
don't
to
know
say.
her personality. I think that, look, that lady's done lost 2 kids and a son-in-law. I don't know what the hell she's thinking or feeling. Is she numb towards life? Now you done took 2 of my kids. Okay, I see you. Take 2 of mine. And I may not be the same. 1 was enough. Take 2. We got a whole other situation happening. So I don't know her as to why she appears the way she does. I think that her and KarenRead may have had a little issue already. And was John a part of that issue? Mom, she's a bitch. Mom, she's this. Mom, she's that. But Mom, I don't know. So that made me but the way she acted toward John's mom in the video here, and the way y'all described the and with them saying that John's mom's idea to write the timeline down. Why? Because y'all done told her that Karen was out there screaming she hit him. And now the old lady is like, you know what? What is she even doing here? Write all that down. I could see all of that. I could see all of that. But that old lady had nothing to do with the cover up. That old lady had nothing to do with John O'Keefe's death. She believes what she's being sold. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just gonna leave her alone, because she's being believed. She's buying what she's being sold. I'm not here to change her mind. Rachel, you like him more than the hubby does, or her rather. Yeah. Yeah, my daughter-in-law and I, we would, If we had an issue though, she and I could sit down and talk it out, and at the end we'd love it. We hug each other. We're good. We're good to go. I'm not having that stuff up in my life. No, 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 no. Life's too short for all that nonsense. Especially when it comes to your family, right? Sometimes you just gotta ignore them women and hope and pray for the best. Because, ladies, you may have a mother-in-law you got an issue with, but hope you got sons. Remember that. If you are that lady that's good, that mother-in-law, remember you have a son. If you have a daughter, you're going to be a mother-in-law one day. It's crazy, isn't it? Okay, so let me pull this other thing up on my phone so I can keep an eye on this. And then I'll get a screen back up on the computer. Oh, I know what I did. I didn't mean to do that. Come back here. I meant to do this while that was still going. Okay. Yeah, flip-flops. Girl, I am single by design and I don't want no part of it. Ugh. If I ever did, he's got to have his own house. I'm not down with that. Leave me alone. Go home, old guy. Okay. I like my peace and my quiet. Alright, I didn't mean to take that one thing down we were watching. That was a total accident. Good Lord.
Maricopa County's Estrella Jail. A little.
Oh my God. Sorry, y'all. This thing is aggravating me. Sorry. Okay. This is what I need. Okay. Everything's back in business now.
On that night, and I guess they her admission that she told
His mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. Could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him?
Perhaps the most notable difference for anyone who isn't in court this time around, the scene outside the courthouse, or lack thereof.
Doctor was not telling the truth. You learned that
This was day one of the trial in 2024. People clad in pink were camped out just outside the courthouse walls, watching the trial on their screens in what looked like a tailgate. This is what it looks like now. 1 year later, same case, same place. But now an extended buffer zone around the courthouse has vastly limited the presence of supporters and onlookers.
So speaking of that difference outside court, I was actually talking to an officer out there just yesterday about how quiet it's been.
Isn't it crazy how during that first trial it did get to that level with all the people everywhere? It made me wonder if any other case will reach that level again. Will courthouses foresee that shit coming in the future and make a big buffer zone? Like, could you imagine, excuse me, if Koberger's case went that direction with a bunch of people out there
But I don't
protesting?
think there's that many people that think he's innocent, though. Like here, Karen Read, there's a big crowd.
There was a whole movement, right? Social,
Yeah.
that big social media movement and push got behind
I
it.
see some people online that think are defending him. Like, hopefully they don't
Well,
think he's
there was a huge, look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. There was a huge social media campaign in this case.
Oh, yeah.
Huge. Okay. Even in Delphi, they had groundswell, an absolutely orchestrated event to go down there and protest. They were doing the same thing for Karen Read. And I'm not throwing shade at them. They got the right to go do it. Hey, we got to go do it. I'm back. Well, y'all do you. I had no problem with it. It's not a turn on for me, but it's whatever.
No, but now seeing all this evidence, like, can you understand it though, right? Like,
no, I understood it all along, right? I've seen, like I said, I followed the other stuff loosely. What I don't like, I'll be honest with you, is all that social media hoopla. It's a turnoff. And it turned me off from this case. That is why it just did not interest me at all. I was so interested in the evidence coming forward in Delphi, or trying to get to some of that. This over here, not I saw so much smoke and mirrors happening. I couldn't see the real evidence. I saw bits and pieces. And by the time the trial came, because I was trying to avoid all the hoopla, because I really wanted to watch the trial. But then I was so deep in Delphi when that trial happened, I just did not watch, right? And so now here I am back again. So it's intriguing to me to see how it's all unfolding and how everything's played out, and the whole thing. It's just crazy. But the whole social media thing will always, I've been watching the social media impact on these cases for a couple of years. One of my good friends on Twitter knows how long I've been doing that. It's something I track, kind of. Let's just put it that way. And I saw a lot with Idaho 4 in the beginning, just like you did. I saw a lot of creators going at each other, people doxing each other and people and all these things. It happened all in Delphi. It was happening in KarenRead, apparently. I saw just a clip the other night about a bunch of doxing. I was like, oh God, I cannot with all of that. That's why I don't get into it deep on that side. That side, I don't know. I'm scared of that side. Scary place over there. Hey,
Yeah.
welcome in, Joe.
But when
Hey there.
yeah, when it comes to Coburger, I can't see there being like a free Coburger, big old movement like this. I just
I don't
see it.
know. All them YouTubers get together,
There
and
are a lot of YouTubers,
their
I'll say that,
communities.
but
They might roll up.
But
They
hopefully
might
they're
blow
still
up.
like, show me the evidence. There's difference between giving somebody the benefit of the doubt and then saying they're innocent. Like, there's nothing that says he's innocent. You know what I mean?
Well,
They're just not confident in whatever evidence has been shown so far. So,
and
but
they were that way in Delphi. It was split. Girl, it was so split and divided. There's just two separate communities.
yeah,
It's that way in every case. There's going to be, for some reason, there's no mutual ground, and it's like almost you are forced into, you got to pick a side. That's when I'm out.
well, I don't try to pick a side. I look at the evidence, like you're saying. Like
And
in
you
this case,
lean
there's
one way or
just way
the
too much.
other, right? Let me ask you this now, since you did get to watch the first trial, Joe, I think you said you did. Did y'all lean one way or the other? And then
I was completely, like I said, I missed the first week. I came in not knowing really anything except for the very, he was hit by a car allegedly. I didn't know anything. I just listened to it.
you didn't talk, so you didn't see a lot of that pre-trial social
No,
media stuff.
I was a complete blank state, and I'm just like,
Right.
what is happening here? This is insane. Like, it just, to me, I'm not convinced she did this at all.
Oh God,
And
me
it,
neither,
and
girl.
like you said, even if he was hit by a car, which he wasn't, I don't see it being intentional. Not at all. Like, she was drunk off her ass, maybe, but no, he
Let's
wasn't
take
even
it.
hit by a car. Let's just get that straight. He was
Well,
not hit by a car.
I still can't say, you can say that, yeah, because based on what you've seen so far, and I have full faith on you. But they haven't presented those experts this trial for me.
Right.
Or
That's
the
what I
jurors
can't wait
yet.
for.
And yeah, I'm ready. I'm sitting on go for that testimony to come in. Where are you sitting at, Joe? How do you feel?
Nope, I'm the same way. I have not seen conclusive evidence presented by the Commonwealth yet that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that she intentionally struck him with her vehicle and that resulted in his death.
Right.
Right, and that's the big thing. They're saying she did it intentionally. They're not even like just saying that she hit him.
No, that's what I'm saying. They really rose to that
They're
charge.
trying to show she was
by-
full of malice and like ran him
But
down.
They're having a hard time getting there because they have nothing else to back it up, other than, well, no, I mean, they want to tell me her car moved all this and backed up and hit him, but what would be her motive to do that? Well, they think they have a motive by showing. Now, I also know that there were voicemails played that we haven't heard yet in the first trial where Karen just reams this dude out. But again,
after midnight, when she goes
but
home,
again,
he's gone, and she's
right, but we see the text thread. We already know they're arguing. So the voicemails that I heard the other night weren't a surprise to me. They still don't. I never heard the woman threaten the man's life.
No.
Not one time. So they're trying to establish her intent well, she was this mean, jealous, crazy lady. I get where they're going with it, but it's not landing.
No.
You got to have a motive, and all they can come up with is, well, look, we also got lucky and they were arguing like hell. We're going to put that in there too. That shows she intended to do that.
Actually, most of the witnesses said they were getting along great. Like
At the
maybe
bar.
they had at the bar they were
At the
getting
bar
along
that
great.
night.
Look
Right.
at the photo there. It shows them looking all lovey-dovey there.
This is a photo from within the bar that night.
Mm-hmm.
So let me show you this. I got the music down really low in this video. This is not. That's like I said. That shows a shot of them in the bar that night. Shows you what John's wearing, and clearly, they're in their normal Karen and John mode. I hate you. No, I love you.
Yeah.
Come here.
They're just very passionate. They love hard. They hate hard.
Okay. There are people out there just like that. That's
Yeah.
what.
Yeah.
I'm not that person. I'm not here to save you, baby. You got to save yourself. That's on you. I'm serious. I can't. I had to save myself. Now look. So here's his sweatshirt. I'm assuming they cut it down the middle.
Yeah, that would be the EMT paramedics.
Yeah. They meaning EMS paramedics. However, you first responders did the cut. But these over here.
Well, they have to put like electrodes on your arms for.
No, I'm thinking these weren't caused by the dog scratches.
Oh,
and
no,
tears.
no, definitely
And this
EMT.
over here, I'm saying, yeah, no, this one down the center was. I know why they do that. They had to get in there. Somebody's got to get in there and do proper chest compressions. Which they had to clear the airway, all those things. We know Karen lifted up his shirt and hers and laid on top of him to warm the body. So they get there and they cut it. But now I'm looking over here at
Those look like straight edge cuts to me. Those look like straight edge cuts.
Wait, what? Hold on, Joe. What was that?
I think some of those look like straight edge cuts, like especially on the top of his right or left chest, but down the arms, I'm not so sure
down the
about.
arms.
You cut a little bit and then they just tear.
Right.
The rest it's
but
fat.
down. I don't think they cut the arms of the shirt. Hang on. I think paramedics cut the long cut you see down the front. Makes sense. They always do. Right up the chest you go. Open that bitch up. They didn't cut the arms of this man's jacket. These are going to be tears. There's no reason to cut the arms of his jacket. They don't know yet he's got arm injuries. They got to get in here and figure out what's going on. So I'm looking at this too, Joe, and I'm wondering though, even if that is them cutting it for whatever reason they cut it. Say they did. Say they didn't. I'm looking to see if it looks like a dog tore that or cracked up tail ends. That's what I'm looking at, y'all.
Doesn't look like either one to me.
No.
Right. Honestly,
exactly.
I don't
it
see
doesn't
either one.
on either arm, right? It's hard to tell on the other side of that arm, but it's really hard to tell from the picture they had entered into evidence that I got off. And see, that was his actual T-shirt.
Underneath, okay.
Yeah, underneath the pullover, he had on this T-shirt. And then he had on these jeans. And you can see they cut right up the leg of the jeans there. You know how they do. It looks like to me they were cut right up the side. You know what I mean? Each side. But other than that, I see no damage to those jeans, no holes and tears.
You know what's interesting to me after sitting through Lori Vallow-Daybell's trial is they did not have these pictures of Charles's clothes to present. They showed his body. They showed the photos of his body. They put up that Lizard Q software thingy on the tripod, but they did not show pictures like this of clear evidence of his shirt, because one of the EMTs said, "Oh, we didn't want to disturb the bullet hole in the front of the shirt, so we cut up the sides." But another EMT who was there later said, "We cut it up the middle." So I know which one I believe, but they're contradicting testimony from two different witnesses. So, but we didn't have pictures. We didn't have pictures to be able to look at the shirt, his pants, or anything. We just had the autopsy photos.
And no, they
Lizard Q, and then yes, absolutely, they should have tested them.
Oh yeah, they should have been taken, tested. All kinds of things should have been done. But we see how sticks and stuff get left at crime scenes for weeks on end, and blood gets scooped up in a red Solo cup. So it's not shocking they didn't take a photo of Charles's shirt when they didn't think nothing happened to Charles but an accident or self-defense. Crazy.
Mm.
Now, so Firefly wasn't one of these shoes was found up by the gate, right? Closer to the gate.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, that's what I understand from what I had seen as well. So that's John's shoes. He had on black Nikes that night. I think one was still on him and one was off. Now, if a body is hit by a car, usually it's at a higher impact. When I say, meaning the car is usually traveling faster, it tends to knock you out of at least one, if not both of the shoes. It's very rare to see a body hit by a car not get thrown out of a shoe. But did this guy get thrown out of a shoe, or did it get dropped as he was being carried out to the flagpole? Will we ever freaking know? And I'll see here, look at there. These are pieces of the taillight fragments they claim they found on the site. Now there's looks like three clear pieces on the right-hand side, and then there's 4 of the bigger, chunkier red pieces. I get that is a super hardcore, heavy-duty plastic, just like the guy in the last video we were watching was talking about. But I could see if it was one big gash, right, Joe? But Firefly, do you follow what I'm saying? Like one just stuck in and cut.
Line up. It doesn't line up, and how your body's going to be moved so quickly, it's not going to have time to. It's not going to drag across like that. It's not going to do that.
Most of those are not even sharp, precise incisions. They're jagged, like made with something like maybe a dog's claw. Maybe. I mean, that's a theory that could.
No, I'm buying the dog claw before. I don't think the dog biting him killed him. Okay, that's not that right there is, you're not going to die from that. Daniel just had a damn artery severed because of his dog, and the man's alive on the YouTube streets. Okay, they had to put a vacuum in his wound and all. All right, you don't die from a dog bite unless your dog's got the rabies. You might have a problem. But the dog didn't cause this man's death.
No.
But were these scratches caused by the dog and not the tail light lens? Pretty damn good chance.
It just, to me, it shows, because what's going to make the dog angry? If you're upset with the homeowner or somebody close in
like
the house.
I said earlier, if
there's a disagreement and the dog's going to get all excited because he's already a very temperamental dog. Like that would make him like jump up and bite.
That's how my dog would react. Okay. The dog we had before was dog aggressive. She's a whole other different beast. My last one that was 14, non-aggressive. Pit bull. Well, pit bull, bull mix. Anyway, so if my son's cousins came over, they're like a little bit older, so they'd all roughhouse in the living room. She didn't like it. She'd go in, try to bite him on his underwear, his shorts, pull him away. She wanted him away from the situation because she didn't know how to react. Do I protect him and jump on these bigger cousins for hitting him? What's happening? Because they were kids and she didn't want to bite none of them. But she didn't want him in that room doing that. So I had to make the boys play rough out in the yard. So if this man gets into an altercation with the homeowner, or even Brian Higgins, good friend of the homeowner,
right, and
he goes down because somebody hit him, punched him, whatever, he hits the ground, does that dog immediately jump on that man?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's how I picture it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that dog start tearing at that arm immediately, but they were able to get Chloe off.
Yeah, he clawed at it and they had to get him off. That's what it seems like to me.
That's what it appears to me as well, Firefly. And that's why
I want to address really quick the people that are like, well, that was not a trained canine. That she wouldn't have done that if she wasn't a trained canine. That is their natural instinct.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, my dogs bred for that. My dogs were pit bulls bred to tear each other to pieces. Luckily, they not all aren't like that.
Yeah, German
but
Shepherds
I trained my dog. My dog right now is not a German Shepherd nor a pit bull. But if I whisper the words "watch it," my dog knows exactly what to do. I can train a dog like nobody. I'm telling.
That's why
I
you're
don't. I
mentioning
won't even
Red.
say it out loud. I taught her. I want to whisper it for a reason. If there's an intruder within earshot of me, I want to be able to whisper to my dog to watch it, and she knows exactly what I'm talking about. That's how you raise a freaking dog.
Yeah, Chloe was too
Yeah.
not cooperative, I guess. So
Yeah,
yeah, that's
Chloe,
the whole
she
reason.
was. Your Rachel's right. Chloe was a failed cop dog. That's what I've heard. That she was had been in the police academy, right, for training for the dog, but she was too aggressive. And they couldn't keep her in that program, so he ended up with her. So they all knew Chloe was an aggressive, prone dog. I've had pit bulls that were and pit bulls that weren't. It's just the dog. Her training had nothing to do with it. She wasn't cut out to tolerate the training. You get what I'm saying? So I don't care what kind of training your dog has. If your dog is worth anything and an altercation happens in your home, it's going to react the same way Chloe did.
Yeah, it's instinctive for them. Like
Yeah, so I'm going to blame the homeowner at this point, not the dog anymore. Okay, it's Chloe.
I've said all along there are no such thing as bad dogs. There are just bad owners.
Bad owners.
That's right,
dude. I've had to defend pit bulls most of my adult life, including up against Nancy Grace's ass, and I'll do it, and if I have to. But I'll also be the first one to tell you, as a long-term owner and breeder of pit bulls, I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. If I don't know your dog and it's a pit bull, guess what's going to happen? I'm going to give that dog all the respect in the world because I know better. I'm no fool either. So y'all be careful out there on them streets. You'll never know when somebody, and them little damn bitty ass biting dogs, they'll tear your ankles up in a heartbeat, little mean bastards.
I got paperboy stories about those.
I bet you do. I was watching this show one time where they was talking to convicts that come out of prison. It was back when security companies were becoming a thing, like home security systems and all these different things. This guy had ended up landing a job as a consultant to a security firm, but he was an ex-convict. But he said, I'm going to tell y'all something right now. He said, all y'all out there with your big badass dogs, he said, I'm telling you right now, the one to get some little yip people. We can't stand them dogs.
Little
Said,
yappers.
they don't know when to shut up. They're constantly biting our ankles. And I'm like there laughing, thinking, no, dude, in my mind, I got to have a big old robust.
And what's with everybody thinking they can bring their dogs into the store all of a sudden? Like now everybody brings their little dogs with them.
I know. Everybody got a therapy dog these days. So, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's a little over.
Firefly, that's their emotional support dog.
Well, sometimes it is, and you can't
Sometimes
really
it
tell.
is.
But too many people are claiming it now.
Now they claim
you know
it.
That's true.
It's so easy to get that little card to say your dog is.
Southwest Airlines had to change their policy because they allowed emotional support ponies at one point.
Pets, yeah. So people were bringing all kinds of wild animals in there, saying it's their emotional
pony.
Support. That's messed up. I'm sorry. That's messed up.
We can't teach other tools besides you need a pony.
Can't be a pony.
Well, I'm all for them. Look, my last dog was 14 years old. She was my unofficial emotional support dog because that dog, unfortunately, at the timing that I got her, she went through 14 years of total emotional roller coaster with me. That dog knew me like nobody else knew me. No one knew me at that point. That dog did. And if it wasn't for that dog, I may not have survived some of that time, and I know that. And it about broke my heart when she passed away, and I decided I didn't want no more dogs. I'm done. I'm an adult. Enough's enough already. All these people, all these dogs. I was done. But yeah, I get the emotional support dog thing so much. But if everybody, I didn't take her with me everywhere I went. It's just a hassle.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I know, but I don't get why people do that. Like, I don't mind if they're contained. Like, people have the little baby strollers with their little animals in there. Hey, they're contained. They're not getting out. But it's like, still, why do you have to bring them to the grocery store?
Well, I got to bring that kid. I'd probably get in
You
trouble.
really
I
have
left him
to?
at home too. They think some people, do treat their animals like their children. And they are, I guess, legit do that. But
What they
shit,
did before they
as
were
soon as
allowed
my
to do.
kids get old enough to stay at home, it's like, I'm going to the grocery store. Stay your ass at the house.
Yeah.
Anybody comes to the door, what do? We pretend we're not home, Mom. There you go. That's my babies. Do not open that door under any circumstance. I don't care if it's your pawpaw. You ain't home. Now, if they knew it was my dad, it'd be different, but he lets us know when he's coming. But you know what I mean. They were never allowed to open my front door to anybody. Even the neighbor needing to borrow a cup of milk. No, sir. Nobody's home.
Yeah, nobody needs to know they're alone.
No, never, ever, ever. Mm-mm. And I've tried my grandson, now that he's 9, my son and I literally drove 5 minutes down to the Dollar General. And the first time we did it, my son, I could tell, was nervous. I said, son, he's going to be fine. We're going to be back in literally 10 minutes. And he has a phone. I looked right at him. I said, Mason, do you know what to do? He said, yes, ma'am, I'm not home and the door stays locked. I said, that's right. And he's like, I don't even go to the door. I was like, nope. I said, don't even look out the window. So I got to make sure he knows, because we don't leave him alone. My son's nervous to leave his son alone. He may not have a home to come back to. He tries something, Joe. Okay.
I am worried about the next generation. Like I had a half-hour conversation with my son. Had a half-hour conversation with my son, and he has to stop traffic from time to time, and occasionally drivers get pissed. And for some reason, he likes to escalate the situation instead of diffusing it.
Oh no!
Like nothing bad happened this time, but
that's never a good idea.
No, but he doesn't. And I don't know if his mother and I did something wrong in raising him, but he doesn't have that skill to de-escalate situations. Like they always seem to get out of control.
But I don't know how old is he? I think this generation grows up with social media and they think it's cool. They videotape everything. You see all these videos of people escalating and getting in these arguments and being Karens in public and stuff like that. They think it's cool. I don't know why. Like to start stuff. I don't know. Like how old is he?
And he's in his mid-20s.
Yeah, see, perfect. That's that generation.
Yeah, and they not only do they think it's cool to either be the one starting it, or if somebody else starts it, to not back down and just like give a Karen her space, give a Kevin his space. Like, whatever you need to do, just walk away. Just
sometimes
for 5
you don't know
minutes.
what everybody's going through. Everybody in the world is going through something. You don't know what their tolerance level is today. Let it go. Like it's not worth fighting with people. Like sometimes just let them vent.
There's something that drives him to do that though, and I just don't understand it. And someday I hope it doesn't end badly. And it's come close a couple times. Like I'm not going to explain. I won't get into details, but I'm like, I would never put myself in that situation.
No, not smart.
Ever. But then, so his friend, who is almost like a fifth son to me, just got a job as a bouncer in a bar in Indiana. And this dude is like, he's like 5'8", 140 pounds, dripping wet.
Oh no, really?
Yeah.
He's a bouncer. Wow.
He just got a job as a bouncer, so he will be a bouncer in the near future, but he has no combat experience. He has no military experience. He has no law enforcement experience.
What's he got to do if he's got to kick out somebody who's like 6'4", like
exactly
30 pounds, like muscle? I don't know. It's going to be awkward.
I'm like, what are you thinking, dude? What are you thinking? Anyway, all right.
Like different.
That's why I'm worried about the next generation.
Hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in.
That's a new one. The other one
dispute.
Actually turned over to the court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
It's not that we object to playing them, it's that they're incomplete. So she
finish your answer. So we're just asking that it be extended so that she can actually complete. So
Is this live? Oh, it says live.
Yeah,
so there's 2 for each.
jury's not in there yet.
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point too.
Well, then, if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
Okay,
doctrine.
I haven't seen it. All right, I saw clip 17.
Sit down,
I have no
Brennan.
problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right, so I need what you have, Miss Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
The second issue is I should approach the side.
Okay.
I should approach from the sidebar. That second issue is a secret.
He just said, I don't think the defense can play in clips that are self-serving to them.
Yeah.
You're allowed to?
Yeah, you're allowed to, but they can't play self-serving. Who's self-serving here? And
they're trying to defend their client.
And he wants her to hold a hearing. Like, what a hearing, let the judge review the material and make a decision. She doesn't need a hearing for all that, dude. We're cool. We're good with that shit, dude. Now, as far as the appeal goes, y'all might want to do it for necessary reasons, but what is issue number 2? The feds again? We still can't talk about those guys, the men in black. Don't trip, dude, because I accidentally thought you was in a wheelchair for a while there.
Are you talking about the tiny desk guy that sits in the
Yeah, tiny desk guy. Oh my
corner.
God, Joe. Thank God I wasn't drinking a drink when you said that, tiny desk guy.
I've heard other people call him that too.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that started on Bob's channel.
I didn't do it. I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't call him any names because I thought he was handicapped. Sorry. I didn't feel it was appropriate.
You were protecting his feelings?
Yeah, it's not appropriate. My mama taught me not to make fun of.
Oh, no, not from somebody
I
that's
cuss like a
disabled,
sailor,
no.
but I'm not rude to a person in a wheelchair. And I honestly thought the first couple days, that's what I thought. And then I paid attention. I was like, oh, wait, maybe not. But then didn't dawn on me, tiny desk guy.
Tiny desk, not short bus.
Right? But Firefly. Firefly.
I'm going to go to hell for laughing at that joke. I mean, among other things, but.
Nah, you'll be fine. Oh, what's Paul doing now? Paul, sit down.
What are you talking about?
Paul, the light blue shirt up there. He's going back to his seat now.
Oh, I don't ever pay him any attention. I don't even give him I don't give him my energy. Yeah, you're the victim's brother. I already see you. I choose not to see you because y'all are trying to fuck with my head. I don't really want to study him. I don't
John's
think
mom's gone. Oh, she's not there now. She was there this morning.
She was
there this morning. She was there this morning. She might have had enough and went home.
True, because it's a lot. Like, it's a lot to sit through. I don't know how old she is.
Yeah, it's a lot to sit through. She's old. It's a lot to sit through.
Yeah.
This lady McCabe and got up there and has some damaging text messages.
Yeah, she might not want to see the rest of that.
Firefly, she might be at home in her bed right now going, I don't know what the hell to believe anymore.
I mean, I wonder that. They're listening. If they listen to all this, how do they not question stuff?
Exactly.
Like Paul, like how does he believing this? Well, he's dead set she's guilty. So.
Well, I mean, yeah, at some point he became convinced. I mean, look, I'm sure John O'Keefe was a good man. He thought enough to take in his sister's kids, but I'm also wondering, is that because you were expected to?
Yeah.
Because you were feeling overwhelmed at 8 years later. Did he complain about Karen to his family? You know what I mean? Did he seems like a player anyway. Always going through some girlfriends, I feel like. Every chick in town had the hots for him, it sounded like. If the minute he was single, John was going to have somebody there in 5 minutes. I
feel like, I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like he kept her around because she did take a lot.
Oh, yeah, that's
A
became
lot of the
obvious.
responsibility for the kids, right? So
Well, to an extent, he had a lot of help, it sounds like, from his
Yeah.
family and his friends. But Karen was also spoiling the kids. Was that a way to get to John? Very possible. So let's pretend that don't happen. If I'm really good to their kids, they're really going to like me. Let's don't pretend that shit don't happen. We already saw the volatile relationship happening. So was she probably spoiling the kids a little bit to make them like her? Maybe so. It doesn't mean she murdered a man in cold blood. None
Yeah,
of that means
Rachel-
nothing. None of that means nothing. It means they're normal, right?
True. Yeah, it is a normal to some
Well,
degree.
unfortunately, yeah, it's a normal relationship this day and age.
Yeah, nobody gets along 100% of the time.
Well,
But
and
rumor-
when you get involved with somebody who has kids from a prior
Yeah, that's
relationship,
tough. Yeah.
you have to make the decision
Mhm.
of where the spoiling stops and where the quote unquote discipline starts. Because at some point in time,
Yeah, but
you become more of a parent figure, and it's
She
not you're right in
wasn't
the
there
beginning
yet.
to do
Well,
that.
she should
Yeah, I
have
don't-
respected his wishes. Like it's ultimately
Yes,
his
100%.
kids. It's his kids. If he thinks you're buying them too much or
Too
spoiling
much.
them, then you
back
gotta
off.
just respect it. Yeah, yeah.
You need to back off at some point.
Mhm.
But so, yeah, she was buying the kids stuff, and he's like, "Stop it!" And that's all I saw. They're still
She
having
wanted to
fun.
be the fun parent, not even though she's not really a parent, but
She
she
was
wanted to
far
be the
from being
fun
the
one, and
parent.
he was the bad guy, and he didn't like that, and that makes sense. I understand that.
Well, I mean, in my eyes, Karen was being nice to the kids to show John, "You look how much you should love me. I love your kids."
Yeah, who knows what her motive is?
Right? If she was not nice to the kids, he may not be nice to her. You come at my kids, we're not going to have anything to talk about here. But you come at my kids and y'all are getting along good, that's going to speak different, right?
I know, but she didn't have any kids of her own. Maybe she just enjoyed, felt
I'm
good
not-
giving to them. You know what I mean?
There was nothing wrong with what she was doing.
Right.
At all. She was far from these children's parent. She wasn't even engaged to this dude.
Oh.
They weren't even engaged. She was nowhere.
She's been called a babysitter, right? Like she
Yeah.
was a little
Yeah.
bit more than a babysitter.
And that's
I
what
mean,
mostly her anger was. Like, you're using me as a babysitter. Like, you're
she
using
would
me,
say
you're cheating
that.
on me, you're not giving me emotion that I need, blah, blah, blah. You know, that's
I'm
what
not going to
mostly
be
the
here
fight
to
was.
feed these kids. Yeah, the
Mhm.
kids were conveniently sometimes a problem for both parties, and sometimes they weren't. And people want to pretend kids aren't used as pawns. They want to do that as well, but that's not true for everybody. Those children are absolute pawns in games. I'm not saying that happened here. I'm not saying this woman's a bad woman, did anything wrong, was wrong for buying those kids things. I'm just telling you the truth about both parties.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about her medical issues. That was making her insecure, too. But I feel bad for Karen because not only all the medical issues she's got, and she's got a lot, like this trial, this whole court process has been longer than her relationship with him was. Like,
Well,
I mean,
I feel bad for her because she couldn't get herself out of a toxic relationship when she needed to.
yeah.
That's what I feel bad for.
are we going to break again?
Already? I
Oh,
feel bad.
maybe the jury's coming
in.
I do feel
Okay.
bad she had to do a second trial because I think that's bullshit.
It is because she was acquitted, basically.
Yeah. I mean, basically. So trial number 2 is just like, why are y'all doing this to this woman again? If the jury didn't get there the first time, that accept it, like Casey Anthony, you fucking just move on with your life. There's nothing you can do. Jesus will take care of that bitch at the door one day.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, yeah. So think I'm gonna spend the last 20 years fighting about Casey Anthony's walked out of the courtroom a free woman shit? No. 'Cause I know who's got this.
Can we bring Ms. McCabe in, please? Jurors, I know I said it was a
Little lie.
45-minute lunch. I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this. particularly
Aaron's
when I
guilty
don't
and
have-
walks a free woman. Well, Jesus will take care of it. He don't, karma will. Ask Lori. And she's back. Let me get settled. I almost paused the feed, y'all.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Shit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview,
Sake,
and
we're
when
going
you
to
returned the
hear
next
about
morning, a
cold
little
and
after
snowy
6 a.m.
again.
Yeah.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like, it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement?
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection. I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Matthews.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever, once, refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection. The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
Objection. I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Matthews.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, tell him to move on too.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote they interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27, the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind, of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection. Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. Were you of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection. Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home, and you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
You remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spent so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No, no.
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you were asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
Objection. I'll allow it.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by?
Yes.
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement?
Yes.
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, Joe, that's not the first time that judges bring questions.
Thank you.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes.
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
Yes.
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
No, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and we...
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
Okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lang's house?
Yes.
And you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yes.
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
Yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone, yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute. You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
Next question, Mr. Bloom.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him. Because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
All right, this has to be really brief.
Lord, help us all.
But seriously, if they were butt dials, how would you know if he answered or not? They were in. It was your phone was in your butt.
Well, or was
in your butt. In your butt.
Was it in your butt?
Sorry about that. I didn't mean that.
Well, according to her, she just always never locked it. She would just lay it down on the table. So every time it gets bumped.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm not believing her, y'all. Never mind.
I know we don't believe her, but I'm just pointing out that's a flaw there.
It's odd that you have that many fucking butt dials, because that phone was not in that bitch's pocket. She was sitting there on that phone, playing on the phone, searching shit, drinking, talking to her sisters, looking at the phone.
If you had so many of these butt dial calls, how come you haven't figured out you got to put it in lock mode before you put it in your pocket? Damn it!
They can't tell me that those were butt dials.
No, of course they weren't.
2025. This has happened to us. What, a year ago, 2 years ago, this other stuff happened. She wasn't butt dialing a bunch of people by accident.
And the same thing it happened with her husband right at 2:22,
Yeah,
and then Higgins at 2:22, and then 5 minutes later she makes that Google search. Oh, I'm sorry, that was in the morning.
It's odd that her phone is the one with all the sketchy phone activity, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's the one with the crazy searches and the deleted whats, and yeah, I'm not buying what this lady's selling.
No, yeah.
And I go to point out what they're talking about, what each side, I'm going to point out what each side is trying to say. When I already know, I do get that, but I'm still going to talk about what both sides are doing, right? Because I'm kind of grading both sides as I go, because I'm not swayed yet by one side or the other. I think the defense is bringing a whole lot better argument. Sometimes I feel like that prosecutor could land it, or the defense guy could land it a little better. They'd let Jen's story get there, but then it goes nowhere after that. It's like now we're back to cold again. Keep that going and keep telling me that story of what they did, and get me to the evidence now of the body. This back and forth. We already know she got a bunch of phone calls and messages. One apparently was made at a certain time. Then y'all said no, it wasn't. Then the phone deleted about 4,000 things all at one time, and it butt dials a bunch of people. She needs a new phone, man. That's what we concluded as the jurors. Y'all chip in and buy this woman a phone. Higgins, you like to tear phones up. You got some spares.
Well, he destroys his.
It's contagious because her husband and brother-in-law also had a
That's what
handful of butt
Firefly just
dials.
said. Her husband
Yeah.
also had butt dials, So we got a town full of drinking, butt dialing ass people, y'all.
Yep.
And they all had the hots for the John O'Keefe, or all the women did anyway. He's that sexy little dude that's still single.
I mean, he was cute. I get it.
I guess. He was. I guess.
I thought him and Karen made a cute little couple. They look cute together.
I guess
they're fiery.
I think it's possible it was a toxic relationship, though.
Definitely.
Like if
You think?
we haven't gotten into the
possible?
cruise texts yet.
I hope they
like we did
don't
with
go
Trout
into
one.
that like as in depth. They spent almost like a week on that
Look,
Aruba and all the women in Aruba that were there and all their.
I wouldn't shock me. It's not going to shock me because it's well established already, in my opinion.
All those bitches
were only
hated
involved. These two were only involved in a toxic relationship. End of story. It's if y'all think this might be a toxic relationship or could have been, can y'all recognize red flags? Okay, y'all all right? Because this was a full blown toxic relationship.
Oh yeah.
I don't need anything else to show me otherwise.
Yeah, we did spend almost a week on Aruba. It was Aruba, the trip to Aruba.
Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take it. Well, you can't talk about the islands or the beach without my head going there. I've left everybody behind at that point. We're out of here.
The Beach Boys didn't ever go to Kokomo, though. There's only one real Kokomo, and that's in Indiana.
Down in
Kokomo, Indiana. Oh,
Kokomo.
Where's the other Kokomo? Where is it? In the Caribbean or something?
Well, they mention it like it's
Kokomo.
there.
Yeah, but they didn't go there. They want to go way down to Kokomo. There's an island down there.
Kokomo.
But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's all about the Caribbean. I thought. Oh, yeah.
Oh yes, yeah.
It is. Y'all, I know my island music. I know my island songs. Trust me. I'm fluent in Kenny Chesney and Jimmy Buffett, by the way. Fluent. Just throw that out there.
All right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Yes. Thank you.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
Objection. I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making, correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number? This would be the calling?
You're trying to tell me she doesn't remember who she dialed?
Okay, so it's John
Please
O'Keefe.
answer.
Okay. Thanks, sorry.
She's tired now.
All right, number 17, phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
I don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
no, I have no idea where he is.
Turn to number 48, 129-22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160, this is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
Objection. I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Chairman.
168. $129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Objections noted. Next question.
You need to approach on this particular text.
Come to sidebar.
That's gonna happen. Dude, you're beating a dead horse up on that witness stand with this bullshit. We've covered this and established this. Y'all need to get on to some actual evidence.
I know, it's ridiculous. That's why
are we
money
right?
takes so long. It just goes
We
on and
know.
on, the same stuff, and she's lying, and
We get it.
Answer.
Both sides are disputing what this woman is saying. We get it. We can't believe nothing she's telling us now. Just get her out of here. We're done.
I
bring
know,
on
yeah,
the experts.
exactly. She's just not
She
What
credible
was
at all, period.
what was your state of mind? What was your state of mind? Was it collusion? She's going to say no every time.
Of course she's gonna say no. Are you gonna ask her
Only
for every single text she made? Like, come on
Jeez.
now.
her only relevance to this whole her only relevance is the conspiracy. She's got nothing to add to the way this man was killed as far as his wounds go, all the things. She is literally the only witness to what Karen Read said, Karen Read's demeanor, the cracked taillight bullshit. Carrie just
And she's got zero credibility, so there you go.
Yeah.
I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. That's all she's got.
I didn't say she had anything.
This number.
That's all she's got to offer. She's got to show me nothing
That is
about
9.
her skill.
And the
at all.
bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Kerry?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you, you were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170, and this one is from Ms. Roberts to you, 12922 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 12922 from you to Ms. Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 12922. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again to Ms. Roberts, 2:14:15, 12922. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2:14:56 on 12922? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Number 208 or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 12922, 34206. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 43340, 12922. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about...
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image,
trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
.213. This is on 1/29/22 at 4:38:20. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond. 1/29/22, 4:40:38. I have been shaking since this a.m. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 4:40:38 at 1/29/22.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement.
Yes.
And the days that follow.
Yes.
Establishing her distraught mind. Trying to.
But he's made the point. Get on with it. Like, dude, seriously.
I agree. There's. Gotta make sure because it was her.
I'm going to move to 1/29/22, 7:52.
The defense tore her up. So
If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine, so she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. If you turn to 296, 1/29/22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure?
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07, was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
Did the best you could. Y'all had a miraculous little timeline, meticulous little timeline. Did the best you could.
And just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 1/29/22 at 8:01 p.m. Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
Okay. If you turn to number 761, please.
$761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a 2-page 48?
No, it stops at 2:12 and picks up at 2:53.
May I stand with the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, jeez. Oops, Hank. Oops. Oopsie.
Could you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy O'Keefe.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
Okay. I have spent the a.m. trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy, and she was
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
Mm-hmm.
You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
That's my sister.
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more. In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that. Wait. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that later.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left, so they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Kerry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes,
Yeah.
side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes.
Both Miss Reed, who's yelling and screaming, correct?
Correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom?
Yes.
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
Yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
The text messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Kerry Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert. Correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children. Correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any were with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message, with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
So let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe,
This whole
correct?
case ain't riding on this one person.
They're not correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Chris Sal, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
They've referred to the other agency in this case already, to her.
Right, but she specifically said, as you're aware, they are no longer investigating. I think that may open up the door for him to ask her more about that investigation.
Well, when he says they're going to call
Ms.
it the
McCabe,
other
you are
agency.
all set. Thank you
Not
very
gonna
much.
call it what it was. They've already established that with the judge. They couldn't do that.
Thank you.
That's not like opening the door to your third-party defense. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
I'd like to play a couple of clips, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
Clips
All right, you
what?
can play them now.
Sitting outside the fucking house again with the boring ass snow.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
Are we on redirect? Like, is this his third go-around at this witness?
Apparently.
What the what?
I don't
I've never
ask
heard of that
questions.
before.
It's
Who was a mother,
jurisdictional.
kids that
I don't know.
John's
I don't watch
lived
the
very
state.
close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house.
I might can help y'all with Florida
and John
courts,
hooked
not
up
these
prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children. Or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
What's this got to do with anything, dude?
We'll backtrack later.
Shows me she was confused at what happened to John.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was it was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
Your Honor, we need to see the court before this one's played.
All right, hold that, please.
Are you feeling the pressure, Joe Schmo?
Really drawing this out, aren't they?
I
see why it took 8 weeks last time, because between the half days and all this crap.
If they think this lady is that relevant to this case, she's only relevant for one thing: to help us, the defense, establish a conspiracy. You did this, you texted this, you deleted that, you did this at a certain time, you did that, you were running around with Carrie being on nefarious. Prosecution's like, oh, you're our main witness. You heard Karen say I did it. I killed him. I hit him. I ran him over. You're our only witness. If that's all y'all got, I'm over here with the jury going, what the fuck do we sign up for? Yep. Where's Higgins? Where's Alberts? I want to see them testify next. I'm tired of this lady. I'm tired of going over her damn phone ass records. We know she bud dials. We get it. We know what time she did everything. Can we move on now?
Your Honor, I'm going to call Ms. Hannah Knowles to the stand.
Thank God we're letting her go and calling somebody else. Hannah who? Knowles? Rachel, I got news for Hank. He's already played what he has. Those little clips don't show me nothing but the confused woman. Don't show you she did anything. She thought he was cheating on her with Bella's mom around the corner.
Standing face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
There we go.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007, and have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the chemist series. A chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench-level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first-level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4, and so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year. As sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchased the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual, and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with the term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts, and then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, KarenRead?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations, serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that document? May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
Turning your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. The 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Ms. KarenRead from the Good Samaritan Medical Center, is that correct?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher, so we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range, and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations the drinking history, or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration, and then after that maximum is reached, for most folks that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking, and then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase, and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing, it's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the jury?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
Right here.
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Get out of here with your funky science, lady, with your blood alcohol retrograde shit. We're not Mercury. I'm over it.
Those ranges do not coincide with her minimum and maximum ratios of uncertainty. They
We
don't.
know no, they don't. We all know she was already
give you
drunk.
about 5 minutes.
Everybody's done said it, including Karen.
Now she's going to make me go back and watch it though. Like I don't want to go back and watch this. What her numbers were like 10 minutes ago.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
That's not what I'm doubting. Jesus.
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures?
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab?
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure, that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab, is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
All right, Ms. Giannetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame we were looking
And
at.
I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay, thank you. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Giannetti, I think everybody appreciates it. So. All right, jurors, that's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week.
Don't go talk to Fox 10 Phoenix. Fox 10 Phoenix is trouble.
And
Carl,
I
don't
will see
talk to
counsel
Fox
at
10
7.
Phoenix.
Juror 15 is trouble.
Is that the one who talked to the juror 15? Is that what
Yeah.
you're talking about? Oh, okay. Still no word on anything about that, huh?
No, Lori's going to
there was a document filed. There's an actual
Oh.
minute entry into the court record with the
Okay.
YouTube video of that interview. And
Yeah,
it's not my YouTube video, and I'm so thankful it's not.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
so somebody was watching the news and saw
Sure.
it.
Oh, I'm sure.
And so then, but the part that got me is whoever saw it notified the court.
Uh-huh.
The court turned around and notified Lori Vallow and request that she and her attorneys look at this video.
Oh, God.
They know
You
what
really
it-
want to bring her back? Like, come on.
No, they don't, but they can't.
They have to tell. Yeah, they have to.
I mean,
Okay, so yeah, well,
realism,
really,
guys,
honest,
realism. Come on. No
help
matter
me,
what
help
we
me.
personally think. What is it,
Yeah,
Joe?
help me figure that out. So I know that you were watching when I saw that juror interview on Trial TV Live, and you know what my reaction was, and I was immediately like, "Holy shit, this is not nothing." I mean, it may be nothing, but it may not be nothing. Like, so obviously, I agree with the verdict that the jury came out with, and obviously, this juror voted that way on his verdict too. He was the last holdout. He admitted he was the last holdout, but he voted for guilty too.
Yeah.
So if social media people get in there and they like start stirring shit up, like, is that
If
like,
social media people get in there and start stirring shit up, what did they stir up?
Well, crazy bitches are entitled to a fair
wait.
trial too, just like
Wait.
like,
What crazy
guilty.
dudes? Where'd they come from? What are you talking about, Joe? What do you mean?
so Nate Nate Eaton on his channel and Josh Ritter on his channel, they showed my video. They did. Like, I came out with my video, and I talked to Kresha about it a little bit. And
So for those of you who may not know, Joe did do it. Joe didn't. Okay, the guy did walk out and speak to the local media there. We were just reviewed a clip of it, right? But then Joe clipped it, and when Joe did, he put closed captioning on the screen of what the gentleman said. Well, now we know that, like he said, Josh Ritter used it on his channel. I'm not real familiar with that channel. You can speak on that, Joe. And then Nate Eaton also used it in his broadcast piece. So that's that just giving them the story on that, Joe, for those who may not know. So go ahead.
Right. So I didn't make the news. All I did was present an opinion about a juror statement that may be a problem, and I didn't incite the juror statement. I didn't report on the juror statement until after it had been published by Fox 10 Phoenix. But like, do you think that people like Kay and Kresha and Megan are like, don't point it out, just let it go, just like let it go under the rug?
Can I be honest with you?
Yes.
Probably. Because I've thought about it, and you and I have very open. But dude, you didn't set out to do anything, right? You're being a true crimer. See, there's the thing right there. This is why, in my opinion only, and this is really my opinion, I'm very particular about any families. Now, Kresha, Kay, Megan, they're wonderful people. Colby, it's been beautiful getting to know them, right? Through, unfortunately, the way we've had to get to know them, but I've been doing it for a long time. Megan was more new to me than anybody else because I've been watching Kay and Larry for years. So, but I never, I try to keep a distance between me and families. Locally, I do have one that I work with because I'm trying to help her. But that's different. It's a different case. You know what I'm saying?
It's
So
a it's a tough decision.
struggle with
It
it.
is a
Yeah,
really, really
it
tough decision to make.
is. You do it. What do you point out? What do you highlight? And what role do you want to play in any of it? And I get that. And I think that's where integrity comes in. Not saying you didn't have any, you weren't thinking about it. It wasn't even, and it's not an integrity issue. That's the wrong way to put that. But a lot of people don't have integrity. A lot of them don't care or second guess what they're about to put out there. Trust me, I've been sent all kinds of things. People are praying that I latch onto and will just run out there with it. But I know better because it don't take long to learn in this space, right? But you didn't. All you did was showcase something that you see. The thing about it is,
I had an honest, raw reaction. That's
right.
all
Well,
my reaction was.
sometimes things stay on YouTube streets. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes we don't know what will. Now, the fact that they used your clip, the only reason they did that is because their producers were able to find your clip with the captioning already on it, right?
Right. So they're lazy, right?
Right. So, I mean, because the man's statements, you did not alter the video. You just literally added a caption to the screen, right? So
correct.
they already like, oh, Joe's done the legwork for us. We don't got to do anything but show Joe's,
And
reclip.
Rachel, somebody already emailed the court about that juror. Yes, they did. But you know when they did that? They did it on the 24th. And you know when my video came out was on the 22nd. That was the same night.
Yeah. So somebody emailed the court about it and let them a heads up that it was said, and now they have to let Lori.
And it was said regardless of whether or not I released a video.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with you. Somebody would have picked it up eventually. We don't know. Here's the thing, Joe, that you don't know. The person who saw that and took it upon themselves to notify the court, you don't know that they saw your YouTube video. They could have been sitting at home and they're watching their local news, and they could have been into Jesus, and they could have said, you know what, that poor lady got railroaded. I kind of believe her theory over there about the demons and all that.
He said he felt sorry for her, and that's like I have a problem with that.
My biggest concern is what person saw that and decided that was Lori Vallow should know that information, right? Yeah. Regardless of where they saw it, because literally you don't know they saw your video on YouTube. They could have seen that clip on their local news and made the same determination you did. Right.
Well, so it was Justin Lum's video. Justin Lum's video link is in that court document. Right. So Justin Lum is more responsible than I am. How's that?
Well, he's not responsible either. The man came out and said it. So the man came out and said it. He wasn't coerced. Nobody asked him, hey, did you know about it beforehand? Nobody said a word to the man. He just blah, 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 blah. There it went. And somebody, I told you before you even made that video, if somebody sees that, man, it's on. And somebody saw it. Somebody who thought enough to notify the court for whatever ridiculous reason. But let's take a look at Lori's accommodations real quick while we got her on.
Let's do that. Yes.
She's over there showing her errors about a little video. Now, what they got to do is prove that guy didn't know. You can believe he's already went dark on social media and everywhere else because they're investigating him right now. He's already being questioned. You can believe her investigator is going to, if he can get his lazy butt up, he's going to go get talking to that guy as well. Okay, so this is also from Fox 10 Phoenix. Like Joe was saying, they're a local channel there. And they did this little piece that I found. And I thought, well, isn't that cool? We get to see where Lori lives, y'all. This is what she's complaining about. One of the largest county jails in the United States of America, one of the most problematic county jails in the United States of America. Got Lori Vallow Daybell sitting all up in that little confined area for 23 hours a day. With eating slop, mind you, eating slop. So here we go. Her words, eating
Maricopa
slop.
County's Estrella Jail. A little more than 900 female inmates are housed at the Phoenix facility. Each woman facing different charges, with different stories. Classifications range from minimum to medium to maximum. there's general population, and the term administrative restrictive housing or isolation.
You feel a total
I about spit my coffee out. Administrative restrictive housing. That's what Lori's got, y'all.
difference in energy from where we were across the hall.
24 women here are in max administrative restrictive housing.
There's a lot that goes into our classification and where you're going to go, how you're going to be housed.
One of the 24 is Lori Vallow Daybell, a convicted murderer in Idaho. She killed her 2 kids, JJ and Tylee, and conspired in the murder of Tammy Daybell, the first wife of Lori's husband, Chad Daybell, and most recently found guilty by a Maricopa County jury for plotting the murder of her 4th husband, Charles Vallow, in July 2019. But Vallow Daybell is not going anywhere yet, per Sergeant Joaquin Enriquez.
So she will remain in our custody until all her legal matters are resolved here in Maricopa County.
We are in the D tower of the Estrella Women's Jail. Right now, this tower is empty, but we're looking at a cell known as D214. And we're getting a look at an exact replica of the cell that Lori Vallow Daybell is staying in down the hall in the C Tower, 214 as well. This is what she's staying in. Basically, you have sink, soap there. It's a bit dark. You have the bunks. And then this is her table. In a sense, this is her office, and she acts as her
Lawyer Lori's law office, Joe. Don't you like it?
own attorney, representing herself in court for this next murder conspiracy trial. She's been living in a space like this since she was extradited from Idaho to Arizona on 2 charges of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. But basically, she'll sit here, has her dock for her tablet, and this is where she does video visits. Once that tablet comes off, the video visit is over.
The cell is 11.5 feet by 7.5 feet. Vallow Daybell spends 23 hours locked inside, but gets 1 hour to be in the day room where there are phones and other stations for video visitation, still in isolation, and surveillance cameras are watching as correction officers monitor all activity in the tower. Vallow Daybell is in full communication with her advisory council and paralegal as she prepares her defense.
She has unlimited access to legal visits with her attorney, with her investigators. Not only that, inmate legal services. She can request materials, things that she needs. It just has to be a request, and we will grant that request, obviously within reason.
We know the so-called Doomsday Mom had to wear a stun belt under civilian clothing during her trial for security reasons. As for hair and makeup, Enriquez says inmates get creative with a lot of time on their hands.
They can even purchase curlers. So that's why people don't understand, how does she get her hair curled? Well, as long as it doesn't pose a safety for the facility, to the officers, to themselves, it can be purchased.
There you go, guys. Straight from the horse's mouth. Lori Vallow Daybell is allowed to purchase curlers. Who's putting money on this heifer's books? Mama in summer. Buy me some curlers. Her, she make a good partner for Stefan Stearns.
Joe, are you putting money on her books?
He probably, but he left us. He's like, I'm out.
He left. He left.
No,
Don't
no,
ask,
he's
Don't
here.
ask, don't tell.
Don't ask, don't tell. Okay.
Joe's like, I ain't putting no money
He
on
likes
her.
those curls. He wants to see her hair nice.
He's like, look, Lori needs some more damn hair rollers. Let me get her some money.
Y'all got me figured out. Like, it only took 54
As long
years.
as Lori
but y'all
can
got
get
me
hair
figured out.
curlers and Stefan can get fucking candy, with everything's gravy.
Meanwhile, the state's prosecution will
Is
try
that
to
Brandon
convince another
Boudreaux
jury
that we
that
just saw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vallow Daybell conspired with her late brother Alex Cox to kill her ex-nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux, back in October.
See right there, Joe. That's one of the body cam thingies.
Yeah, so I saw him in trial a couple of times, and he's a good-looking guy, right? Like, I honestly thought he reminded me of a Hollywood actor, and I can't remember who that is. Somebody needs to, like, figure out who Brandon Boudreaux looks like as a Hollywood
Oh,
actor.
I couldn't tell you. I don't. He's a handsome fella, but I don't look hard enough, and I just don't. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't even tell you what any of these Hollywood stars look like anymore. I don't even watch movies anymore. I'm weird, y'all. I don't pop culture much anymore.
For 2019.
But he's a
For
handsome
now,
fella.
she remains here.
We understand people make mistakes and they end up here. But to land in a place like this, we're talking about a max security inmate. That's why she's in a cell 23 hours a day and only gets out 1 hour a day.
For Fox 10 Investigates, I'm John.
Boom, Lori, get her 1 hour a day. What do y'all think she does on that 1 hour a day? Walks around the yard and talks to God.
That
No.
picture of her.
Clearly, she works on her defense for her next trial. I mean,
Well, she got 23 hours to sit in her little tiny cell, her tiny desk. She's got the tiny desk, poor Lori. Her little portal there for her little tablet. Butterfly
That's
says,
a decent sized cell, though. What is that, 11 by 7?
Fireflies, what's she
pretty
complaining
big,
about?
actually.
That looks like some.
I mean,
right?
some of them are tiny, aren't they? I thought.
I don't know. That looks about normal from what I've seen, like on Lockup or whatever. That show Lockup and stuff. You see a lot of different jails.
have we
you ever
seen
watch-
Richard Allen's though? Have we seen Richard Allen's jail cell though?
No, we haven't.
Like if
seen
we're getting all these doc drops, shouldn't we be getting
Not
some
yet.
videos of that?
No videos yet, guy. I'm not gonna do. I don't know. Go ask Carroll County. Will we ever get videos? Will we ever get videos of Rick Allen being moved from his cell down to where he goes to make phone calls? Where we ever get the video of him with his head covered up with a potato sack? Or we get the videos? Yeah, there's a lot. I don't know.
There is a lot. There's Justin Lum. Hey, Justin Lum. I see you there, buddy.
See him where?
My YouTube video is behind the actual restream video, so I'm clicking back and forth.
You're watching your YouTube video?
I'm living in the past.
Oh God, don't do that. Get out of there. You stay up in your head too much, Joe Schmo. You got to learn to get out of that place sometimes.
Yeah, it's a scary place. I mean, not your head. My head. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I have been saying a lot of
That was the best shit ever. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Honestly, I was referring to my own head.
Right,
no.
I get you, girl. I get you.
But that's funny. That's still funny shit.
I know, but I keep insulting him somehow. I don't mean to.
Just funny. Oh my God. Yeah, sometimes we can't get out of our own way, right? We just make it worse for ourselves. You know, it's a lot. You know, don't blame yourself, Joe. Don't blame yourself, man. Get out of there. You need to take you a vacation before that next trial starts, dude. Or you're never going to be straight again.
I need to get right. I do need to get right because it's impacted me more than I ever thought it would.
You know what?
Yeah, this stuff messes with you, doesn't it?
Well, there's several factors, you know, that play into that, but you have to, especially if you're going to true crime all the time, not just you, in general, for everybody, we have to learn to compartmentalize this stuff. Of course, I'm going to look, evidence is my jam. I missed my calling. I am so into that shit. And y'all bored me with your little blood alcohol bullshit. It was irrelevant to what was happening in this case, in my opinion. I've already established this woman was drinking heavily. So outside of that, I might lay here and think about evidence, right? But that's about as far as I try to let it go. And I have learned over the past 20 years to pick my battles. I have learned what I can't let consume me, because I know things will drain my energy way too, because I'm a true empath. And that's part of the reason why I stay at home. It's weird that I'm into true crime because I'm such an empath. But that's why
there's a lot of empaths into
because that's why I uphold parents and victims the way I do, because of that. Not so defendants are something will work out. My biggest concern are the victims through any case I follow. Now, if a guy's getting done wrong in a criminal case, I don't like that either, because we can't have that shit. I'll call it out too. But in other cases, if I feel the prosecution's got the right guy, we're going to do that as well. Everybody's entitled to their own opinions, but I think compartmentalizing a lot of this stuff, because we're going to see a lot of bad things. And if y'all think you're prepared for what you're going to hear in Idaho 4, you really need to think about it before you watch that trial. And all this, well, the parents should go, the parents should stay. You're not the parents of these children. How hard it's going to be for you to sit there. It was hard to sit here and read all the things that were happening to Maddie. But Maddie had to endure those things. I just had to read about them. So imagine what those parents are going to have to sit there and listen to what all happened to their child. And we're going to hear it laid out for the first time. We think Babbitt's already told us they were all stabbed all up. Okay, until you hear it for real.
It was hard to sit in court and watch Kay and her brother and her sister have to watch and see those autopsy photos and all of that evidence presented. That was tough.
It's always, excuse me, my coffee went down the wrong way. It's always hard for those families, Joe, and that's why some will choose to be there. They get a heads up that's coming out today in court, right? And the Patties knew that it was going to be talked about in Abby and Libby's case ahead of the time it was going to be talked about. And they make their decision if they want to be in the courtroom or not. Some can handle it, some can't. I don't hold judgment. I don't hold a judgment either way because it's a very personal choice, right? What I choose to do may not be what you chose to do. And there's no right or wrong in that situation. There's truly not. And I would never get behind something like that. That's ridiculous to even think that way. But these things do get heavy, and we just have to learn to. And if it gets to a point where it stays heavy and nothing you can do turns it off, you need to turn off true crime for a while and walk away because this shit's heavy. You know, people do horrible things to people every single day, right? And none of it ever makes any sense. Why anybody would harm anybody and in such brutal ways is beyond us. And part of this journey for me, or in this genre, is the mystery part, right? In Karen Read's case, it's like a fucking mystery. Who done it? The fuck? Y'all pointing fingers at each other. I just need to get, so part of it because it intrigues the shit out of me. A lot of this stuff does. But
that's the thing. In Idaho, the mystery is, I think we know who did it, but it's like step by step what happened and what exactly happened in that house and what's the true explanation for why they didn't call.
Girl,
were they just that dumb and naive?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I know. We're
never going to get an explanation for why those girls didn't call 911. Never.
I think they were just too dumb. Seriously, I think they were just naive, dumb, didn't really know.
I can't believe people are still trying to evaluate it at this point.
Didn't really have any idea that that's what happened. You know what I mean? I don't think they had any clue that they were killed.
Yeah, they didn't. It's obvious.
You know what I mean?
It's
Tom Evans and I talked a lot. Every day that he was there, he didn't get to stay through the end of the trial for Lori, but
no,
we still don't know what happened that day on July 11, 2019 in that house. Yeah. We still don't know.
Well, what do you mean? He shot Charles Vallow.
How do you know that she didn't shoot him the second time?
I'm not saying she didn't, Joe, but
how do you know that they didn't stage the body? I mean, she was gone for 47 minutes.
I don't know that, but we also know they didn't launch a proper investigation.
Yep.
There's going to be times we never know the answers. That's a murder. I'm talking about two roommates who saw a victim on the floor and still failed to enact. Different situation. I don't think none of that matters in the end.
No, it doesn't.
It honest to God doesn't anymore.
Because they aren't the killers.
Not the killers.
So,
I think it's been pretty laid out that these were two or at least one very intoxicated, lucid dreaming little girl who didn't know what the heck was happening. And I can't sit here and I can't let it suck my energy anymore. Let's put it that way. It drained me for a year, girl.
Somebody came in there and killed them. And it wasn't them.
And it wasn't them. And think about this. Those girls have to feel completely like shit. Okay? We were so stupid that we didn't realize what we thought might have been happening actually did possibly happen. And our friends laid there all night long. Even though we saw one of them, we still let her lay there all night long. The guilt has to be immense.
Yeah, but they really couldn't have done anything anyways.
No,
but
they
still.
couldn't have.
And then think of
But-
I think Joe brought this up yesterday. Think about Jack DeCour. Like he must feel so bad for not answering
I
his
said
phone
that
at
a
3
year
o'clock
ago
or
when we
whenever.
realized all
Yeah,
that.
like,
I was like, do you know how horrible?
Not that it would have done anything.
Yeah, that it doesn't. But no, but if that kid, in that kid's mind, if I had just answered Kaylee's call, if I had just went down there to talk all this out with her, if I'd have just told her to get over here and talk it all out with me, they're trying to figure out their future. What are we going to do with this dog we're fighting over? And I don't want you to move, but I want you to stay. Blah blah blah. I get it.
Well, if you think about it, if he would have come over to the house, he could have gotten killed too if he was there in that time
it would have
frame.
gotten
You know
a lot
what I mean?
uglier, especially if he startled
Yeah.
somebody who was awake.
So I mean,
Because I think Kaylee and Jack probably would have been awake talking, and I think it would have there would have been a whole different situation. Not saying Koberger would have demised in the situation, but we'd have had a whole different type of situation going on. But none of those kids did anything that anybody can tell and prove to me. They got their things. I get it.
You're
but
right. That's a huge difference to make, because we know that Lori and Alex were involved. We know it. It's been proven. They've been found guilty, but not these kids, not the kids in Idaho 4.
And welcome in Seeking Justice. Are we confused? Are we questioning the blood levels? I'm not questioning the blood levels at all. They're totally irrelevant to me. Can you believe that? Taking hours after this woman goes in for medical treatment, and I don't care. I already knew she was drinking, so they want me to think she was so intoxicated that she ran him over, didn't realize it, and then was able to drive all the way to the house.
I mean, yeah, she admits she was intoxicated.
did.
She even admits that's why she didn't take the
She
highway.
was
She's
pouring
like, "Oh, I
shots
didn't do
into
it."
her drink because they weren't strong enough. And lady,
they were
no,
watered down, she said.
no. My grandmother was an alcoholic. Can I just say, no, ma'am, Karen? If you frequented that bar enough, like I think y'all did, because y'all get the pizza places right in between these two damn bars. Y'all was in there all the time. They weren't watering down nothing, sweetheart. You just got a taste for strong liquor. And they weren't doubles, and they weren't, was it top shelf? I used to be a bartender. So I know what KarenRead was doing. People did it all the time. But the cop got in the truck with her and let her drive. So, hey, y'all do you. Y'all do you.
That's what I'm saying. They were all there
All of them.
drinking. They all got in cars. and
Yes,
drove
everybody
home.
left the bar
What?
drinking and driving, happy as little clams, peacocking all the way to the house.
I'd be curious what all their blood alcohol
Right?
levels were.
Jen, can we get yours, Miss Deleting House Long to Die in Cold, Miss I Can't with my fingers. They don't work properly. Not making fun because I have autoimmune. Mine don't work right sometimes. But come on with your excuses, ma'am. How much did you drink that night? Oh, once you got back to the house, you had at least a couple more beers. You had a couple beers at the bar. So I can kind of.
And then Higgins' testimony, he left. He went to the police station and moved his car for whatever he did at 1:30. Got home around 2 a.m. Got another drink.
Yeah.
Like it's 2 a.m.
Let me
Why are you
leave my
drinking
friend's
more?
house, but let me stop by the shop first at the police station and move my car around while I'm drunk.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna go home and drink some more. What?
I mean,
what? Don't call 911 in that town, y'all. They might be super confused.
Oh man.
They're gonna be like, "Excuse me, could you talk slower? I'm a little intoxicated." It's just like,
Oh my God.
So Bev said that next week we should have a full day every day. Y'all want to call it now? What do we think? Is she lying? She got.
Yeah.
Is
there
she?
ain't
Is
no
she
way.
just wishing? Is she just wishing upon a star that it'll?
I think so. She wants to get this shit over
She's like,
with.
I'm
Probably.
tired of this.
Oh, there's another 6
I know,
weeks probably.
at least, because I don't know how many more. They got a lot more witnesses to get through. I still need to hear from Higgins. Someone needs to pin him down on when that damn Jeep left. When did snowplow
We
Jeep?
need to
I need to
hear.
know when the slope. I got two different people telling me car was there, car wasn't there. So I need him to come and tell
Also,
me.
the actual snowplow guy, Lucky, his name's Lucky. He's the guy who plowed the street because they asked him, "Did you see a car? Did you see a body in
He
the
did not.
yard?" He didn't. He didn't
At
see
what time
anything.
did he come through and he didn't see Higgins' truck?
Oh, I don't remember. I think it was like 3
Well, we've already
something. I
established
don't
Higgins
recall
left long
exactly.
before that. But what we don't know
Oh
is if
yeah.
Higgins left between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. So Higgins, come on back to the stand with your tore up cell phone now. Go get that SIM card. Come on back with it. We got some data. We got Celebrate dude over here. He got some works to do. Celebrate guy is a little bored right now. He might can fix your busted up SIM card. Tell us your location. We need accuracy.
We got him. We got Proctor. We got Trooper
Mm-hmm.
Paul. We got the ARCA
Got a
guy.
lot of
We got
testimony
medical
left.
examiners. We haven't had any medical examiners
Jesus,
talk
no,
about
we
the
haven't. We
autopsy
got
yet.
through the
There's
got
so
through the blood
much. There's
alcohol
so
lady.
much.
I thought I was gonna pass out. I had to get up and go outside and
Oh
sit
my
on the back
God.
porch for a minute. I'm like,
That was very
ugh.
dull. It was
Like, what is the relevance of this BS? Are y'all trying to establish she was drunk at the time of the accident? We know.
I know.
Her exact blood level alcohol is not going to help me.
Do we have a list somewhere of who's testifying when? Because some people seem to know, like they knew
I
ahead
can go grab
that it
one.
was going to be.
I'm sure an agent. I'm sure it's out there. I haven't looked as to.
We got all weekend.
I haven't
Don't
looked
rush.
as to the sequence of their order of who they're calling. Do you know what I mean? I have not, but I'm keeping
Yeah.
up with all the witnesses and what order they testify, and when each side's up questioning them and making bullet point notes on certain things that I find that help me as a juror. If I was a juror, I'm like, oh no, I got to write that piece down. Hold up, that goes back to 3 days testimony. Let me write that down. You know, yeah. So I need to take my notes at home with me, Judge. My notes go where I go. End of story. If I go to the river all weekend, guess what's going with me, lady? A little folder with my notes. My sister be like, "Are you true crime at the river?" I'm like, "Yeah, heifer. Slow your roll. We'll go fishing in a minute." I love my sister. I'm ready to go fishing. I need to get out there on the water for a while. All right, guys, I'm gonna let you go for the rest of the day. Firefly, I appreciate you jumping up. Do you start your job next week? What's your deal? What do you? I forgot.
The 12th.
Okay, I thought it was closer to the middle of the month that you told me because I was like, "Yay, that'll give us a little bit of time before my." What is today's date? My kiddo. Okay, one of my kiddos has a birthday on the 7th.
Oh, my grandson is the 6th.
Oh, really? My
Mine
oldest
is
son,
the 8th.
He's gonna be 16.
We got
Really?
6, 7, 8. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. My oldest one, my oldest boy, his birthday is May 7th. I think my kid will be. I think he's 34.
What year was he born?
Hold on. I got 88, 90, 91.
He was born in 90, then he's 35.
Yeah, I got an 80. One was born in 88, one was born in 90, and one was born in 91. The one that was born in 90 just had a birthday. She just turned 30. How old was
You're very close to my kids. My kids were born in
Yeah.
90, 92, and 94.
Yeah. And then I go, it was all, I have to go 88, 90, 91. Then I jumped to 2006. I'm like, what the fuck is that jump? You know, who does that? I do. All right. Thank you, Firefly, Butterfly. There is the link, guys, in, I'm sorry, Publicly Buzzed links in the chat, guys. So Joe and I will both be over at Publicly Buzzed tonight at 8 p.m. for Feral Friday.
Central,
Yeah,
right?
Central Time, 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 Eastern, and then 6 on the other coast, West Coast, whatever time zone y'all be in out there.
Pacific
Yeah.
time.
Anyway, we're gonna be hanging out over there tonight with Publicly Buzzed on Feral Friday. It's my first time joining that show, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna get a rest and get some dinner and all the things before we go do that, and then we'll be back here Sunday for a show for sure. Yeah, thank you guys for all coming in. Everybody hit the like button. I appreciate y'all coming in and tuning in with us. Thank you guys for coming up and talking with me and chatting. It means a lot. Joe, I'll see you later on tonight. Firefly, you going to be around later?
Yeah, I'll try and come
All
in
right.
and hang out.
Let's go hang out later.
Don't they watch the movie over on the Kicks app?
They do, yes. They start. Yeah, Steve starts out in YouTube, but
Kick, right?
they give him a copyright strike if he stays there, so we migrate over to Kick.
Yeah. So you just download. There's an app for Kick. I've had it for a while because I did it a while back when I went into a thing with him. But it's quick and easy to set up. And then doesn't he drop a link that will portal you over, or you just go into the app and follow Publicly Buzz. Once you download it, you just go into the Kick app and type in Publicly Buzz, and you'll pull them up, and then you can follow them. But yeah, we transfer over to that platform because it's a streaming platform as well. But because there he can have free reign to do what he wants and won't get a strike. So yeah. And I think everybody just kind of hangs out and chat and talks, and we bullshits and all the things. So, all right, guys. Well, come hang out tonight if y'all are home and doing like we do, the introverts, and doing nothing. Come hang out and have fun. Right, Joe? All right, girl.
See you later.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good one. We will see you next time.
Thank you all for watching this here video.